On our wedding anniversary, my wife pushed me into the swimming pool to meet her lover. Chapter 1. Oh no, darling. How did you fall into the pool? Somebody help. The icy water rushed into my nose and mouth. I flailed helplessly, unable to swim, but it was useless. Someone jumped in and pulled me out. I only had time to catch a glimpse of them before I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I heard Chen Jiaqi murmuring beside me, "Is he sick? Go call Shen Chenhui to take a look." "Miss, Madam has instructed that you are not to see Dr. Shen again," said the family butler, the very same person who had just saved me. Chen Jiaqi was furious. "What do you mean? I'm calling him over, not for anything else, but because Ji Yuan is sick. I just want him to take a look at him. Can you afford the consequences if something happens? It's late at night. Besides him, what other doctor would be willing to come? Hurry and get him for me. If you keep ignoring my orders, you can forget about working here any longer." Chen Jiaqi was ruthless. Now I understood why she had pushed me into the pool. It was all part of her plan. She just wanted an excuse to call her lover over. The butler didn't dare to argue further and quickly turned to leave. We all knew that her reasoning was just an excuse. The family doctor was available 24/7, and if things were really serious, we could just call an ambulance. There was absolutely no need for Shen Chenhui to be dragged into this. But I was too weak to say anything, and the butler couldn't defy Chen Jiaqi's authority. My consciousness blurred. I felt both hot and cold. But today was my wedding anniversary with Chen Jiaqi. We had been married for 5 years, yet she never once cared about me. Today was a special day. I had prepared a lavish dinner, hoping to celebrate with her. Instead, she suddenly insisted on going to the poolside. In the middle of winter, she chose the outdoor pool instead of the indoor one. I didn't understand her intentions, but I still followed her. And then, without warning, she pushed me into the pool. Now, everything made sense. She was just creating an opportunity for them to meet. Shen Chenhui arrived quickly. In front of the butler, he pretended to examine me. As soon as the butler was dismissed, he immediately pulled Chen Jiaqi into a passionate embrace. "Jiaqi, I missed you so much. I missed you too. We can finally see each other." They kissed fervently, completely unaware that, although I appeared unconscious, I was still somewhat aware of what was happening. I didn't know how much time passed before they finally remembered my existence. Shen Chenhui roughly shoved a few fever pills into my mouth. Seeing my eyes remain shut, they exchanged a smirk. "He's burning up so badly he won't wake up tonight. We can do whatever we want." Hearing this, I felt a wave of nausea. What did they mean by "do whatever we want"? I was still alive. What were they planning? But my anger remained unheard. As the room filled with the sound of their heavy breathing, I heard Chen Jiaqi whisper, "Since it's your birthday today, I'll allow you to. Jiaqi, you're the best. I knew you cared about me. It was worth coming here in the middle of the night to treat your husband." They exchanged sweet nothings as if I were already dead. Even their meeting was done under the guise of helping me. Turns out, I was nothing more than a pawn in their little game. Chapter 2, Divorce immediately. They held back, likely because of the butler's presence. Shen Chenhui soon got up and left. Chen Jiaqi stood beside me, glaring with disgust before slapping me hard across the face. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, why would we have to go through so much trouble? Why aren't you dead yet?" The usually image-conscious young lady was especially cruel today. "A useless piece of trash like you, why are you even alive? What's the point of your existence? Just die already." I struggled to open my eyes, my gaze filled with both hatred and fury. "I'm just sick, not dead." It seemed my fever had gone down a little, and I had regained some strength. Chen Jiaqi raised her hand to slap me again, but this time, I caught her wrist mid-air. For a moment, I gripped her tightly before letting go. I didn't want to touch her. I felt disgusted. She hadn't expected me to still be conscious. She froze for a moment before cursing under her breath and storming out of the room. I was left alone to face the mess. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. Our marriage had been arranged since childhood, a union between two families. I didn't resist because I liked her. But after the wedding, I realized that her feelings about this marriage were very different from mine. She didn't just dislike me, she despised me. So much so that she refused to let me touch her on our wedding night. For the first 2 years of our marriage, we had no intimacy whatsoever. But since this was a family alliance, she couldn't refuse the marriage. Eventually, she couldn't resist the pressure from her parents any longer. On the 3rd year of our marriage, we finally became a real couple. But every time I saw the disgust and resentment in her eyes, my heart ached. After that, I stopped trying. I had no idea when she and Shen Chenhui started seeing each other. They had liked each other since they were young. But Shen Chenhui came from an insignificant background, the illegitimate son of a washed-up actor. Chen Jiaqi's parents would never allow her to marry someone like him. No matter how much pain or resentment she felt, she had no choice but to marry me. I thought if I loved her enough, if I treated her well enough, we could still have a happy life together. But reality slapped me hard in the face. I finally understood I was nothing but a fool. Someone as foolish as me didn't deserve happiness. Tears streamed down my face as I finally drifted into sleep, overcome with humiliation and despair. The butler must have informed Chen Jiaqi's parents about her late-night rendezvous with Shen Chenhui. Almost as soon as I woke up, they called me, demanding an explanation. I had no intention of covering for Chen Jiaqi, nor did I want to blow things out of proportion. I simply smiled and told them, I want a divorce. As expected, they were furious. What's wrong with our daughter? Why would you bring up divorce? This is a marriage between two families. Do you think you can just walk away? If a marriage can begin, it can also end. There's no love between us. I want a divorce. Without waiting for their response, I hung up. I knew divorcing Chen Jiaqi wouldn't be easy. There would be a lot to sort out. And sure enough, Chen Jiaqi stormed in soon after, her face twisted with rage. She raised her hand and slapped me hard across the face. Chapter 3, did she risk her life to save me? What are you doing? Ji Yuan, are you crazy? How dare you tell my parents that you want a divorce? Do you think you deserve to bring it up? If anyone should be asking for a divorce, it should be me. Who do you think you are? If it were you asking for a divorce, your parents would never agree. I looked at Chen Jiaqi calmly. Their family had several projects that depended on ours. How could she possibly get a divorce? If she could, she wouldn't have wasted these years with me. If I bring up the divorce, it might actually go through. Chen Jiaqi, stop pretending. You never really wanted to be with me. You should be happy that I'm asking for a divorce. What are you making a fuss about? Still unwell, I lacked the energy to say more. Sure enough, Chen Jiaqi stopped pretending. She went out to make a phone call and came back to tell me she agreed to the divorce. She was probably sharing the good news with Shen Chenhui. I smirked mockingly. Both of us knew very well how much she despised me and this marriage. Getting a divorce was the best outcome. Why would she refuse? As expected, my parents were furious when they heard about my demand for a divorce. They wanted me to come home and explain myself, find out what nonsense I was pulling. Chen Jiaqi even volunteered to come with me. We said nothing more and got into the car. I couldn't help but glance at her. There were still kiss marks on her neck left by another man. She didn't even bother to hide it, flaunting it as if she were untouchable. And after doing that, she still had the audacity to ask me why I wanted a divorce, as if nothing had happened. I couldn't help but wonder, what did my years of love for her mean? Were all my affections and infatuations nothing but a joke to her? We were still husband and wife. How could she treat me like this? Or was it that in this world, some things simply had no reason, and people could do whatever they pleased? As I was lost in thought, a violent crash threw my body forward uncontrollably. Everything spun. I realized we were in a car accident. I had no time to react, only the instinct to shield Chen Jiaqi's head. Faced with death, I suddenly felt terrified. Was I really going to die like this? I didn't want to die. For all those years, I had loved and obsessed over Chen Jiaqi. She was my priority in everything. I was ready to love her for a lifetime. But after her betrayal, I finally realized how meaningless my past had been. I regretted it. I wanted to change. I wanted to live a completely different life. But why, before I could even begin, did it feel like everything was about to end? I didn't want to die. When I opened my eyes again, all I saw was white. The pungent smell of disinfectant told me exactly where I was. Doctors and nurses soon entered, and I finally realized I wasn't dead. Before I could even feel relieved, I heard the doctor say Chen Jiaqi had lost the baby. Not only that, but she was injured so badly that she would never be able to have children again. And her legs were severely damaged. She would likely spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Chapter 4, Divorce can never be mentioned again. As for me, the accident barely left a mark, just a few superficial injuries. When the crash happened, your wife shielded you with her body, which is why you're unharmed. She is truly a good woman. Hearing this, I was bewildered. Did Chen Jiaqi protect me? Is that why she was so badly injured? But how was that possible? Why would she do that? I staggered out of bed and made my way to the neighboring ward. There she was, Chen Jiaqi, her face deathly pale, so weak she looked like she could die at any moment. She clutched a knife in her hand, pressing it against her throat. Both our parents were beside her, pleading anxiously. Calm down, Jiaqi. Losing the baby is heartbreaking, but as long as you're alive, nothing else matters. That's right. Medicine is so advanced nowadays, there will be a way. That was my child with Ji Yuan. How can I just accept this? How can I not care? I saved him, but I lost our baby. I will never be able to have children again. What is the point of living? I'm crippled now. Just leave me alone. Let me die. I have no reason to live anymore. Let me go. No. You can't die. Jiaqi, if you die, you'll take our lives with you. The hospital room was in chaos. Seeing me enter, my father immediately strode forward and slapped me across the face. This is all your fault. Look at what has happened. If you had insisted on a divorce, none of this would have happened. You lost your child. Your wife is injured. Are you satisfied now? I stood frozen, realizing there was no point in saying anything. Chen Jiaqi suddenly shouted, he must have another woman outside. I know I'm the problem. I failed to keep my husband's heart. Then let us just get divorced, Ji Yuan. I'll set you free. Jiaqi, don't say that. My mother held her close, heartbroken. Don't worry. You will always be our only daughter-in-law. If that ungrateful son of mine dares betray you, I won't forgive him. The families quickly reached an agreement. All my assets were transferred to Chen Jiaqi. Our family would compensate hers. As for our marriage, whatever reasons I had before, divorce was no longer an option. I had no choice but to accept it. Chen Jiaqi and I would be bound together forever. After our parents left, I stared at her lying on the hospital bed, speechless. In the face of such a massive upheaval, it felt like nothing I said would matter. But deep down, I was certain. Something wasn't right. First, even if she had been pregnant, the child could never have been mine. Second, there was no way she had protected me in that crash. She had no reason to. And most importantly, she was too calm. Too calm for someone who had just lost her child. Too calm for someone who had to accept lifelong disability. It was as if none of it had really happened. I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Chen Jiaqi, can you tell me why you did this? What did I do? She responded coldly, her eyes filled with the same disdain as always. Then, suddenly, she laughed. Chapter 5, Torturing Each Other and Suffering. Ji Yuan, you know what? I hate your hypocritical and disgusting look. But it doesn't matter. From now on, I can't get rid of you, and you can't get rid of me. We will torture each other well. Chen Jiaqi said this and pulled up the quilt, unwilling to look at me again. I didn't quite understand what Chen Jiaqi meant by saying this, and I had no idea at that time that this would be the only true words Chen Jiaqi said to me for a long time. Half a month later, Chen Jiaqi, who was in a wheelchair, was discharged from the hospital, and Shen Chenhui also accompanied her home. Chen Jiaqi took it for granted. She was hurt for me and became like this because of me. She didn't want me to repay her in any way, she just wanted Shen Chenhui to be with her so that she would feel better and recover faster. Faced with such a statement from her, I naturally had no right to say anything. Even the parents on both sides agreed. After all, Shen Chenhui is a doctor, and he grew up with Chen Jiaqi, so they are close. He must be better than other doctors. Everyone tacitly tried to cover up the truth, as if nothing had happened as long as we hadn't divorced. Chen Jiaqi and I have never slept in separate rooms and have been pretending to be in love all these years. But when I came back from the hospital, Chen Chenhui unceremoniously asked me to move out immediately, and he wanted to move into that room. I have experienced things that are more embarrassing, more desperate, and more infuriating than this. What is there that I can't tolerate? I didn't question it and packed my things quickly. At this time, Chen Jiaqi came behind me in a wheelchair. She seemed a little angry and pulled me over by my clothes. Ji Yuan, we have bullied you so much, aren't you sad at all? I suddenly smiled and looked back at Chen Jiaqi calmly. Have you never thought about why I suddenly wanted to divorce you that day? I was awake that night. Chen Jiaqi's face instantly turned red and then pale. I didn't want to think about what was going on in her mind. I have gradually given up after these days of torture. If it weren't for that car accident, Chen Jiaqi and I might have divorced long ago. But now we are forced to be tied together, and I don't understand how everything has turned out like this. I don't understand why Chen Jiaqi did this. Shouldn't she be eager to divorce me and be with Shen Chenhui? Doesn't she want her freedom? Why is she willing to continue to be tied to me? I can't figure it out, so I just stopped thinking about it. Anyway, I've already had enough heartache over the years. Chen Jiaqi and I's wedding anniversary is Chen Chenhui's birthday. On this day every year, when everyone is clamoring to celebrate our anniversary, Chen Jiaqi just wants to celebrate her birthday with her lover. Every year, during the holidays that we have to spend together due to pressure from our parents, the gift Chen Jiaqi gives me is always the gift she gives to Chen Chenhui. I feel like a garbage collector, and I can only pick up things that others don't want. I finally made up my mind to get rid of it all and find my freedom, but ended up like this. What can I say? I just feel that life is so boring. Chen Jiaqi and Shen Chenhui enthusiastically show their affection in front of me every day. I wanted to do everything I could to tell me how happy the two of them were. Chapter 6. It turns out that everyone knows the truth. Kissing in public is nothing. Chen Jiaqi is now unable to move around easily, so Shen Chenhui is the one who takes care of her bathing and changing her clothes. In front of everyone, I was wearing a big, shiny green hat. But I don't care anymore. How can a person who is already heartbroken still feel heartbroken? How could I be jealous? It's impossible. I became more and more decadent day by day, like a walking corpse. Finally, in such despair, the parents couldn't bear it anymore. They called me back to the old house, and the first words they spoke were, "We know that Chen Jiaqi did something wrong to you. So why don't you let me get a divorce? You are marrying for a strategic purpose." Dad raised his voice. "The so-called marriage means that as long as the two of you are alive, you must maintain this husband and wife relationship. She has another man outside, and you can have another woman outside, so why do you have to get a divorce? Look at what you are like now. You have made yourself into a nobody for a woman. Are you still my son? How can I have a son like you who has no future?" When I heard this, I was a little confused and even found it a little ridiculous. "Dad, Mom, my only wish is to find someone I love, marry him her, and live out my life with him her. Why is there no future? Does it really mean that you have to be like those playboys, with people coming and going all the time, to be considered successful? Whatever you think, we just want to tell you that whether you like it or not, you have to continue to be with her, whether you enjoy life or live half dead like now is up to you." Seeing that my parents looked angry, I didn't say anything more to them and turned away. Before I left, I told the housekeeper that I would have dinner at the old house today. But I only walked out in shame 10 minutes after entering the door. It seemed like I had nowhere to go, so I decided to go home. But I never expected that as soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Jiaqi and Shen Chenhui kissing in the living room. I have seen such scenes many times, so it is really nothing new. But the strange thing is that Chen Jiaqi was standing, which means her legs were fine. There was a buzzing sound in my brain, and I seemed to wake up suddenly. Ask yourself, if I were asked to forge a false medical report saying that a person had a broken leg, miscarriage, or paralysis, could I do it? It turns out that I can. Since I can do this, can Chen Jiaqi and the Chen family do this? Of course. The car accident was not serious, I was fine, and I even protected Chen Jiaqi when the accident happened. How could she be injured so badly all of a sudden? There was also miscarriage. I clearly remember that due to the obstruction of Chen's parents, Chen Jiaqi and Shen Chenhui had not seen each other for several months. Chen Jiaqi missed him so much that she came up with this idea on our wedding anniversary to let her meet Shen Chenhui. For more than a year before that, Chen Jiaqi and I had not had sex. Then there was no possibility that Chen Jiaqi was pregnant, so why did she suddenly have a miscarriage? Everything that didn't make sense now finally had its answer. I had been duped. Chen Jiaqi was perfectly fine. All the stories about her having a miscarriage to save me, not being able to get pregnant again, and injuring her leg were all lies. It turns out that she is perfectly healthy and she did this just to avoid divorcing me. Chapter 7. My wife arranged someone to sleep with me. Just to be tied to me, but why? Chen Jiaqi knew about this, Shen Chenhui knew about it, and both parents should know about it too. I was the only one who kept it a secret. Why should I be manipulated by everyone like a puppet? What about the car accident? Was it also premeditated by them? Who did it? Who was the mastermind? Who was the accomplice? Who acquiesced? Who am I? Why am I so important? Why would these people gang up on me and only deceive me? Chen Jiaqi and Shen Chenhui had obviously noticed me by now. Chen Jiaqi tried desperately to find a wheelchair to sit on, but she was still wearing high heels. Oh, is that interesting? I looked at the two of them numbly. I have known about your affair for a long time. I don't want to live with a woman who doesn't have me in her heart. I have decided to set you free, I have decided to fulfill your wishes, but why are you doing this? Chen Jiaqi, do you really want to be my wife? Or do you too have some shameful habits? Do you only like the excitement of having an affair? When Chen Jiaqi heard me say this, the panic on her face gradually faded away. She stopped pretending and walked to the sofa in her high heels and sat down with her legs crossed. Yes, it's all fake. I only had some scratches in that car accident. We even planned the accident. But so what? Everyone knows that I became disabled in order to save you. All your assets have been given to me. Do you think your parents will let you divorce me? In the end, it's all about money and profit. I sneered and just felt extremely disgusted. Then tell me why? Don't you want to be with Shen Chenhui openly? Why else? My parents said that if I divorce you, they will make sure I never see Shen Chenhui again in my life. Chen Jiaqi's face twisted. Do you think I am willing to maintain a husband and wife relationship with you? I don't want to, I don't want this either. But I have no other choice. But it's not bad now. I have endless money and I can be with Shen Chenhui. I won't be picky. As for you, you can do whatever you like. Okay. I had no place to vent my anger, and the hatred almost burned me. Sure enough, they had already reached a consensus. As long as Chen Jiaqi and I don't get divorced, we can play however we want at other times. It shouldn't be like this. I turned around and left in a hurry, afraid that if I left a step later I would lose control and burst into tears. Ever since I knew Chen Jiaqi didn't like me, I pretended that I didn't like her either. I tried hard to act in front of her as if our marriage was just a joint one and no one should take the other seriously. In fact, I like her. I like her so much that even though I know she doesn't like me, I still want to dream of a happy life. I like her so much that even if she betrayed me, I couldn't bear to do anything to her, and chose to leave in a cowardly manner. But now, they are going to cut off even this last pathetic escape route, forcing me to live according to the script they have set for me. Am I still a human being? I can't figure it out, and it seems no one can give me an accurate answer. And this morning, as soon as I opened the door, two women were standing at the door. Chapter 8. I indulge you because I love you. One is wearing a tight miniskirt, seductive and charming. One is wearing a white dress, pure and lovely. They stood together and looked at me with eyes that could not conceal their shyness. Chen Jiaqi was standing not far from them, and she raised her chin indifferently. Here, I prepared it for you. I can find you whatever you like. Before, I didn't think clearly, so I wanted to divorce you. Now I think clearly, let's just live like this, it's fine too, what do you think? What do I think? The anger that had accumulated over the past few days was squeezed together. I hurriedly walked up to Chen Jiaqi and raised my hand to pinch her chin. Under Chen Jiaqi's astonished eyes, I raised my right arm, and saw a long scar on it. This was left over from the car accident, but no one cares because it's just a flesh wound. Everyone's eyes are on you who is more seriously injured, but I want to tell you that your injury is fake, while mine is real. This scar was left when I saved you. I used this arm to hold you in my arms and used this arm to block the car window for you. Chen Jiaqi turned her head away, as if she didn't want to see or hear anything, but I wouldn't listen to her and I used more force with my hands. If your parents love you, they won't let you be a tool to maintain cooperation between the two families. If Shen Chenhui loved you, he wouldn't want you marry someone else, and what you choose not to divorce even though you could. I actually already knew what happened that day. Chen Jiaqi called Shen Chenhui just to tell him that he could divorce me. And then it was Shen Chenhui who notified Chen Jiaqi's parents and arranged the subsequent car accident. In the hospital ward, Shen Chenhui tearfully explained and promised Chen Jiaqi, which made Chen Jiaqi agree to act together. When I saw these so-called truths, I just found them ridiculous. It is obvious that neither Chen Jiaqi nor I want to continue this marriage, and we both want a divorce. We all want to give each other freedom and liberation, but unfortunately we can only be tied together. Hate each other and hurt each other. I needed to watch my wife being intimate with another man under my nose, and Chen Jiaqi chose to find someone for me. Chen Jiaqi seemed unable to face me, but I didn't want to let her go, so I spoke almost cruelly. If I hadn't saved you that day, you might have hurt your face. I don't want a disfigured woman. I will openly file for divorce from you. Guess what value you still have in your parents' eyes after your divorce? Do you think Shen Chenhui will continue to love you? That's enough. Shut up. Shut up. You're talking nonsense. That's not the case. Chen Jiaqi was roaring, but I found it extremely boring. My life seems to have always followed a fixed pattern. I received elite education since childhood, went to work in my family's company when I grew up, and married the woman arranged by my parents. I have been accepting it passively, and in order to make myself accept it faster, I even chose to let myself like it numbly. I passively fell in love with the courses and majors I studied in school, and accepted the job arrangements after work. The only thing that was unexpected for me was that I fell in love with Chen Jiaqi. I didn't try to like her on purpose, but I fell in love with her unconsciously. Chapter 9: What is the end of freedom? But now I suddenly felt like laughing, and I really laughed. Chen Jiaqi, I understand. I only like you when you were 20 years old, the one who cried because of a stray cat, the one who didn't care about the expensive and beautiful white dress she was wearing, and the one who still had a kind heart. Chen Jiaqi looked shocked. She didn't know how I knew all this. I shook my head and smiled bitterly. That was the first time I met Chen Jiaqi. Chen Jiaqi, who had just attended her birthday party and was wearing an expensive princess dress, picked up a dying stray cat on the side of the road. She threw away her high heels and wrapped the cat with the hem of her skirt, completely ignoring the possibility of exposing herself. And I was supposed to attend her birthday party that day, but missed it because of traffic jam. I was sitting in the car across the street watching this scene quietly, and at that moment I suddenly felt that marrying Chen Jiaqi might be the greatest luck in my life. This girl is my fiancée and my future wife. I should love her and she deserves my love. Later, I asked someone to arrange a hospital for Chen Jiaqi's kitten, prepared some clean clothes for her, and pretended to be an online taxi driver to send her home. That was actually the second time Chen Jiaqi and I met. The first time was on our 18th birthday. We found out that we were going to get married at a party we arranged at home, but at that time Chen Jiaqi didn't even want to look at me. So she didn't recognize me when we met the second time, and that was the beginning of my love. It has been 9 years since then, and now I have finally given up. I reached out and pushed Chen Jiaqi away. I didn't know whether I had given up on her or on all of this. I put a divorce agreement in front of Chen Jiaqi and asked a lawyer to draft an agreement for voluntary separation from the family. I will give up all the property under my name and will no longer have any connection with Heng Yuan Group. I would give up everything I have just to be free. The two agreements instantly put my family into earthquake mode. My parents came to my house and asked me angrily if I was crazy. How could he even say that he wanted to sever ties with his family? What is there that can't be said? When people are forced into a desperate situation, they can do anything. I have made up my mind. If they disagree, I will go directly to the media. As long as I am alive and as long as I still have the ability to act, I will not be a puppet at their mercy. My parents left in anger and had me locked up at home, not allowing me to go anywhere. But how can one lock up a living person? I jumped down from the bedroom on the second floor. When I landed on the ground, I heard my foot cracking. Could it be broken? Chen Jiaqi was standing not far away, and she suddenly rushed up and hugged me. If I let Shen Chenhui leave, if I say that I will be with you well in the future and we will start over, will you forgive me? Chen Jiaqi's voice was trembling. I feel like I'm going to lose you, but I didn't expect everything to turn out like this. At first, I was with Shen Chenhui just because I was rebellious. My parents didn't let me play with him, but I wanted to play with him. They didn't let me date him, but I wanted to date him. I'm too rebellious. It seems like my rebellion is a mistake. I thought about what you said that day. You did want to protect me when I was in danger, but Shen Chenhui forced me to stay with you. Chapter 10 is another abyss. That's enough. I gently pushed Chen Jiaqi away and strode forward. I want freedom. I don't want to be a puppet. I didn't expect that as soon as I walked out of the villa gate, I was pulled into a van by several strong men and I only heard them say, "This should be a fat sheep. We should make a lot of money from them." I was a little confused. What? My so-called freedom was just another dead end. That was really ridiculous. Those people took out a sleeping pill and sprayed it on my face twice, and I quickly lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was awakened by pain. Those big men were beating and kicking me like crazy, and they kept cursing at me. Aren't you the son of a wealthy family? Why are you unwilling to take a mere 100 million? And you still say we are liars. I finally understood that they were taking their anger out on me because they didn't get the money. This was actually normal. I was already making a fuss about being kicked out of the house, so naturally no one was willing to redeem me. Maybe to them, being so stubborn, I am the same as being dead. What should we do, brother? The GU family doesn't want to give us the money. They said they would call the police if we call again. You're useless. You went through so much trouble to kidnap such a thing. Then how about tearing up the ticket? Bullshit, will the police let you go after you kill someone? I was in so much pain that it was difficult for me to breathe, and I listened numbly to these people discussing what to do with me. It turned out that this was the end of the freedom I had been seeking. Thinking about what I had experienced in the first 29 years of my life, it was really ridiculous. Brother, run. The police are coming. Damn, they actually called the police. Aren't they afraid that we would kill them? They just said that rich people don't have hearts. Brother, let's go. Don't be impatient. I can't let this kid go easily. As the big man spoke, he picked up an iron plate not far away and smashed it on my head. At that moment, the pain was so severe that I forgot where I was and only felt warm blood flowing. As consciousness faded, I had to accept that I might die in such an embarrassing way. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on a hospital bed. My parents and Chen Jiaqi were by my side. They looked very concerned, as if we were a really close family and had never had any conflicts. Hubby, you finally woke up. It's good that you woke up. You don't know, you almost scared me to death. I'm glad you woke up. You're not always so lucky. Dad said with emotion. I finally understood. I was not dead, but now that I fell into their hands, what was the difference between being dead and alive? I pulled the corner of my mouth. Who are you? Who am I? Where is this? After hearing what I said, everyone could no longer remain calm. Yes, I wanted to tell them that I had lost my memory. I just want to see how they can fool me again. Sure enough, there was no worry on those people's faces, but more joy. For them, it might be better if I lost my memory. It is easier to be a controlled puppet. I even suspect that they were responsible for the inexplicable kidnapping. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? In that case, I will do as they wish and cooperate with them in the performance. Chapter 11 Coordinated Performance. The injury on my head was very serious. According to the doctor, if I had been sent to the hospital any later, my life would have been in danger. Since he suffered such a serious injury, amnesia is actually understandable. After confirming that I had indeed lost my memory, my parents told me calmly that if the memory was gone, it was gone and it didn't matter. What is important is that I am the only son of GU Sheng Yuan Group. My father is GU Cheng and my mother is Song Chulan. My wife is Chen Jiaqi. We are a happy family and we live a fulfilling life. Naturally, I had no objection to such a statement and I believed it completely. GU Cheng and Song Chulan returned home, and only Chen Jiaqi stayed in the hospital to take care of me. Chen Jiaqi didn't seem to be like GU Cheng and Song Chulan, who completely believed that I had lost my memory. She was still testing me. But my previous memory was blank, so Chen Jiaqi had no way to test it, so she used the most direct method. Chen Jiaqi leaned over and kissed me, as if she was expressing her love for her husband who almost died in this way. But the moment Chen Jiaqi came closer to me, I felt uncontrollably nauseous. When I thought about what this person had done before, I couldn't help but want to push her away. I want her to get away from me and never appear in front of me again. But I can't, I can only bear it. I responded softly, after all, I am still a patient. Chen Jiaqi seemed relieved to see my reaction. She stepped back and held my hand tightly. Husband, let's live a good life from now on. Weren't we living a good life? I blinked, a little confused. Mom and Dad just said that we were very happy before. Chen Jiaqi's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly started to laugh. Yes, we have been living a good life. It's just that you were kidnapped this time, which scared me. I hope this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Have they been caught? Who are those people who kidnapped me? They ran away. Chen Jiaqi frowned. I really don't know who is so bold as to do such a thing in broad daylight. Who knows? I was full of sarcasm. Who could have thought that the only son of Han Yuan Group was kidnapped at his doorstep, almost beaten to death, and the kidnapper escaped? If you say this isn't something someone did on purpose, I don't believe it. It seems that I have been tolerant and compromising all these years. My first reaction to those who hurt me is not to do anything to them. For example, Chen Jiaqi before, and my parents later. I just thought, I want to leave, I want freedom, I don't want anything anymore, I just want freedom. But these people just won't let me have my way. They want to deprive me of even the last thing I want. If that's the case, then some things can no longer go as they wish. Chen Jiaqi called the doctor in, but I, who had been fine and cooperative, suddenly became angry. I struggled hard. I hate doctors, I don't want to see doctors. There was nothing they could do since I was so uncooperative. In the end, I could only do a cursory inspection and leave in a hurry. Chen Jiaqi's face turned pale. Others didn't know why I hated doctors, but Chen Jiaqi knew it clearly. Chapter 12 Role-Playing. I wanted to ask her if she was afraid. Was she afraid that one day I would suddenly remember what had happened before, and remember her affair with Shen Chenhui? Half a month later, I was finally able to be discharged from the hospital. During this time, Chen Jiaqi has been playing the role of a good wife. She stays by my side and takes care of me every day. Even though there are special caregivers in the VIP ward, she doesn't need to be with me all the time. But since she wants to play the role of someone with deep love, I will do as she wishes. Chen Jiaqi and I returned to our love nest. As soon as we entered, I stood at the door, looking confused, and I looked at Chen Jiaqi. I remember that we seem to have a private doctor at home. He seems to live with us. Why doesn't he come out? Butler Wang and several nannies were standing at the door to welcome me back, so why didn't the private doctor come out? When I said this, everyone's face looked unhappy, but they were trying their best to endure it. The GU family does have a private doctor, but he does not live with us. There was only one doctor living with us before, Shen Chenhui, but unfortunately he can no longer live with us. I don't know what kind of agreement Chen Jiaqi has reached with my parents, but in any case, they will not let Shen Chenhui appear in front of me again in the short term. But how could such an important person not show up? If he never shows up, what's the fun in all this? Husband, you remembered it wrong. We have a private doctor at home, but he doesn't live with us at all. If you feel unwell, I will ask him to come and see you. Maybe I remembered it wrongly. I always remember some things from the past recently, but they are always intermittent and I can't remember them clearly. If I remembered something wrongly, you can remind me. I spoke softly, still looking like a gentle and loving husband. If we ignore Chen Jiaqi's increasingly ugly face and her tightly clenched hands, they look like a loving and harmonious couple. Chen Jiaqi took me back to our old bedroom. I stood at the door but didn't want to go in. I had not forgotten what Chen Jiaqi and Shen Chenhui had done here. Chen Jiaqi is really shameless. How can she do this so naturally? Seeing me standing at the door and not going in, Chen Jiaqi seemed a little aggrieved. Husband, why don't you come in? I don't like this room. I frowned. This room disgusts me. Then let's change one. People who have done something wrong are always easy to talk to. It seems that Chen Jiaqi will agree to whatever I want to do. Seeing Chen Jiaqi asking Butler Wang to change our room, I spoke again. Honey, did you often wear hip skirts or white skirts? I remember someone wearing them like this, and they looked very good. Of course Chen Jiaqi has never worn it. Neither being overly charming nor overly pure is her style. In fact, the only woman I have seen dressed like this in this house was the one who was given to me by Chen Jiaqi. But Chen Jiaqi certainly couldn't admit it at this moment. She bit her lip in embarrassment and said, "Yes, if you want to see it, I'll wear it for you to see." I didn't say anything more and Chen Jiaqi left in a hurry. This is just the beginning. Can she not bear it? What will happen in the future? We still have a long life ahead of us, my wife. Chapter 13, Lifetime. After Chen Jiaqi arranged the room change, she seemed to want to find me, but of course she couldn't find me because I was already in the club. Although I have lost my memory, as long as I appear there, my friends will naturally come up to talk to me. In no time, I became familiar with them and sat with them. They were quite surprised. "Mr. Gu, you don't usually come to places like this. You stay at home with your wife every day. What's going on today?" I smiled and said, "I don't know either. I just suddenly felt that the one at home was boring. After I got engaged to Chen Jiaqi, I kept myself clean and never went to such places of entertainment. Many friends in the circle have wanted to invite me to play countless times, but I always refused. They would never have thought that I would come here on my own initiative today. I guess my every move is being closely watched by those people, and Chen Jiaqi will soon know that I'm in a place like this. Since she wants to play the role of a good wife and has taken the initiative to send people to my side before, she shouldn't mind if I just come to the club to have a drink and have some fun." Chen Jiaqi came to my door soon, and I was feeling emotional when she came. I really don't know how I was able to stay with one person for 10 years. Now that I think about it, I really missed a lot. The people around him laughed. "That's right, how can a man live with one woman all his life? You were like a madman all those years ago. You didn't care what your brothers said to you. You insisted on staying with your wife and didn't even want to go out. Now you realize how good the world outside is." Yes, I finally understand now. I looked at Chen Jiaqi's increasingly ugly face. She was the person whom I had held in my hands for so many years, and who always acted arrogantly in front of me. What does she think now when she hears me comparing her to the women in the club? Would she be embarrassed? Would she be angry? Would she hate me so much that she wanted to kill me? But so what? She was playing the role of a good wife, so she should know that whatever I did was fine. She could only stand at the door and wait for me to finish playing and take me home. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when I went out. Chen Jiaqi was still standing there. She put her arm around me and took me home. Were we really happy before? I asked softly, looking confused. Chen Jiaqi's body stiffened instantly, but I seemed not to notice. My parents said we lived a happy life before and that we got married for love. But I found that I don't have any feelings for you at all. Shouldn't liking you be a physiological liking? Even if I lose my memory, my love for you won't disappear, but why don't I have any feelings for you at all? Chen Jiaqi lowered her head, but I keenly noticed that a tear fell. She quickly raised her hand to wipe it away, then looked up at me, still smiling brightly. "Hubby, what are you talking about? Of course we are in love. You have loved me for many years. Everyone knows it. It's just that you have lost your memory now and don't remember it. When you get better you will remember it." "Really? Will I remember it when I get better?" Chapter 14, No Good End. I looked at Chen Jiaqi and smiled happily. We both knew that if I really remembered what happened in the past, I was afraid that some things would not end well. People cannot be greedy. If you choose power, status, glory and wealth, you cannot want love. If you choose love, you cannot expect to have glory and wealth at the same time. Chen Jiaqi's mistake was that she was too greedy. She wanted to occupy Mrs. Gu's position and be with her true love. Is this possible? Of course not. For the next period of time, I immersed myself in entertainments every day. Everyone in the circle now knew that Gu Yuan, the always self-disciplined son of the Gu family, seemed to have become a different person. Those invitations that never came to me before now came like snowflakes. I don't know what Chen Jiaqi was thinking. She had no complaints and even took me home and took good care of me after I drank too much, as if she were really a good wife. But this is not difficult to understand. She just wants the status of my wife. She doesn't love me, so of course she doesn't care how I play outside. But my parents couldn't bear it anymore, so the driver took me home. Jiu Cheng was very angry. Ji Yuan, what do you mean by this? Don't forget that you are family man. What does it mean for you to fool around outside every day? Am I really your son? I asked softly, looking at Ji Yu Cheng and Song Chulan, who looked confused. What do you mean? Of course you are our son. Even if you have lost your memory, can you talk nonsense about such things? Do you want to piss us off to death? Song Chulan was furious. But in my opinion, using anger to try to seize control of a conversation is often because the person is guilty. Why was she so guilty? Could it be that she knew in her heart how little they cared about me, their son? They just use me as a tool to fight for power. I am just a useful tool, but they have no love for me. You say I am your son. I am the only son of Heng Yuan Group, but I don't have a position in the company and I don't have any money to my name. I don't have any assets. Even the money I used to go out and play during this period was all transferred from Chen Jiaqi's account. Is Chen Jiaqi your biological daughter? I am just your son-in-law. Mom and Dad, I have lost my memory now. I don't know what happened in the past, but you can't hide such an important thing from me. The couple was now speechless. Yes, ever since I had threatened to divorce Chen Jiaqi, the company wouldn't let me go and my assets were also taken back. I am now a son-in-law who is supported by my wife. Seeing them looking at each other in confusion, I just felt ridicule and didn't want to say anything more. Previously, Chen Jiaqi lied to me and said that she was injured and disabled while trying to save me. After I exposed her, she stopped pretending. My parents didn't even seem surprised by this. It turned out they had known about it all along. They can even do such disgusting things, so who is their biological child? Chapter 15. Are they biological? Ji Yu Cheng was silent for a while, and finally spoke. You will go to work in the company next week, and it will still be your previous position, but you don't have any memory now, so it may be difficult for you to get started. I will send a few more secretaries to follow you. Ask me any questions you have, and I will return your assets to you. You are my son, and this is an unchangeable fact. You just don't have your memory now, and everything will be fine when you remember. Okay, thanks, Dad. I smiled softly. Do you really want me to remember this? I'm afraid that once I think of it, I will upset the balance that I have managed to maintain with great difficulty, and turn everything upside down, making no one comfortable. Chen Jiaqi had no objection to her parents' arrangements. Maybe she had become addicted to playing the role of a good wife recently, so she naturally would not raise any objections to such matters. She was even particularly proactive that night. We haven't been intimate during the time I was out of the hospital, and I certainly wouldn't take the initiative. How disgusting. Although Chen Jiaqi had that idea, her modesty did not allow her to take the initiative to do anything. We lie in the same bed every night, but we feel like strangers, and that day Chen Jiaqi seemed to have changed her personality. She took the initiative to put her arms around me and said, "Honey, our parents want us to have a child. Aren't you unable to have children?" I said lightly. I heard from my aunt that we were in a car accident before, and you had a miscarriage to protect me. You hurt your body and you can't get pregnant again in the future. Naturally, no one would come up to me and say such things, but when I told her this, Chen Jiaqi was speechless and couldn't help but hold my hands tightly. Of course I know she will feel bad, but what I want is for her to feel bad. She has told so many lies, so naturally she has to tell more lies to cover them up so as not to be exposed. I am willing to cooperate with her performance. I can believe whatever she says as long as she can make it sound credible enough. That was a misdiagnosis by the doctor. Chen Jiaqi's voice trembled slightly. We did have a car accident, but you protected me. Chen Jiaqi reached out and stroked the scar on my arm. This is the evidence you left behind to protect me. You protected me, so I didn't get seriously injured. It's just that the doctor made a mistake. He mixed up someone else's diagnosis with mine, and that's why he said nonsense that I can't have children anymore. Actually I can, husband. We are not young anymore. Can we have a child? Let's talk about it later. I turned my head and looked at Chen Jiaqi with a sincere face. It turns out that I really loved you before, and I was willing to sacrifice myself to protect you, but why can't I feel anything at all now? As I said this, I closed my eyes and prepared to go to sleep. Chen Jiaqi lay beside me, having not slept all night. In fact, I don't think what I'm doing now can cause any harm to her. As long as she doesn't like me, as long as she doesn't have me in her heart, as long as she has no feelings for me, then nothing I do will have any impact on her. But she still expected love from me after doing something that was not worthy of forgiveness, so she deserved all the pain she had to endure. Chapter 16. Back to the company. The next day I arrived at Heng Yuan Group. Of course, it was impossible to make my amnesia known to everyone. No one in the company would know anything, except a few close confidants. After a busy morning at work, I called my former most capable secretary into my office. Chang Liang looked at me excitedly. "Mr. Jiu, it's been a long time. Go and help me with something." I narrowed my eyes. The people who kidnapped me before haven't been found yet. With the financial resources of the Jiu family, there is no need to go to such lengths to do these things, unless those people have some special identities. I actually have an idea in my mind, probably those few people, but I want to know who they are specifically. I don't care whether it is a moral sacrifice or not. They don't treat me as a relative anyway, so I'm ready to settle the score. Chang Liang took the order and left. I finally realized that money and power are only useful if they are in your own hands. Otherwise, you will be manipulated by others everywhere. After a while, the office door was pushed open, and the man, with a nonchalant look, sat down on my desk unceremoniously. "I never expected to see you here again. I thought you would never come to this office again. You're really overthinking it." I pushed him down without any hesitation. The person who came was my close friend of many years, Zhang Pengkai, but he was not from the circle of rich men. He was a self-made man. We got to know each other through fighting. In the beginning, we looked down on each other, but in the end, we gradually became close friends. They don't contact each other on weekdays, but once something happens, each other is definitely the most reliable person. "You came at the right time. Help me investigate someone." "Who?" "Chen Chenhui." Ever since I told others that I had lost my memory, I haven't heard from Chen Chenhui in the past few months. According to normal logic, I definitely shouldn't know about this person now. Therefore, the investigation of Shen Chenhui had to be handed over to the person I trusted the most, and even Chang Liang was worried about me. Zhang Pengkai didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and said, "I'll help you." Zhang Pengkai was indeed reliable. He didn't even ask what happened during this period. According to my current personality, I should not know Zhang Pengkai. Zhang Pengkai didn't stay long and left quickly. I stood in front of the French window and took a deep breath. Days like this are really interesting. Chang Liang soon brought the news that the group that kidnapped me was now hiding in an abandoned construction site outside the city. It's ridiculous that the only son of Heng Yuan Group was kidnapped and almost beaten to death. The matter was handed over to the police, but the police did not catch the kidnappers. I told Chang Liang, and after 2 months, Chang Liang found the person in less than half a day. I really don't know whether some people are too useless or Chang Liang is too capable, or maybe it was GUS people who were protecting the kidnappers, so the police couldn't find out, but Chang Liang did. Or maybe the police had already discovered it, but just didn't want to touch those people. I don't want to get involved in complicated things. I took Chang Liang and others with me to arrest the person myself. The kidnappers were just for strong men. They were a little surprised to see me, as if they didn't expect that I was still alive, or they didn't expect that I would appear in front of them. Chapter 17. Personal Revenge. I didn't have the heart to argue with these people, so at my command, several people were surrounded. I smiled softly. Chang Liang brought professional bodyguards with him, and they acted quickly and efficiently. Some of them were former mercenaries, so they were certainly no match for these kidnappers who only relied on their superiors to gain power. They were soon beaten to the point of crying for their parents and begging for mercy. "Who told you to kidnap me?" I waved to the bodyguards to stop, turned to look at the big men, especially the one who hit me at the end and gave me several stitches on my head. "No one asked us to kidnap you. We just thought you were rich, so we wanted to kidnap you and get some money to spend." "Oh, really? You don't want to tell me? Come on, continue." I took a step back and listened to the screams of those people, and I felt that it was the most beautiful music. If it is true as they said, there is no one behind it, and they just happened to run into a fat sheep like me and wanted to kidnap me to blackmail the GU family. Then they would have been imprisoned by now, so it is impossible for them to be at ease here. When several people were breathing in less than breathing out, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore. I say, it's the Chen family." "Oh, so that is how it is." It's hard for them to pretend that they were just after money when they kidnapped me before. I don't know how much involvement the Jiu family had in this matter, and whether the Chen family had discussed it with them before taking action. But the fact that they allowed the kidnappers to go unpunished does not deserve forgiveness. I brought these people back to the old house, and also called over were Chen Jiaqi and Chen's parents. When those people saw this scene, they knew that something was wrong. Seeing that everyone's face was uglier than the other, I chuckled. Dad, Mom, father-in-law, mother-in-law, you all know that I was kidnapped a few days ago, and even beaten to the point of having my head damaged. I don't even have any memories of the past. But the kidnappers are still at large, which is not good. Oh, they also told me that the person who asked them to kidnap me was Shen Chenhui, but I have never heard of Shen Chenhui. I checked my social circles over the years, and I don't seem to know Shen Chenhui. So who is Shen Chenhui? Why did he ask someone to kidnap me? When the few people who knew about it heard this, they became more and more stiff. They all knew that the person who ordered these people to kidnap me was not Shen Chenhui. He doesn't have such strength or courage. Those who really have the strength and courage to do this will look at each other in confusion and say nothing. I looked around, bewildered. Who is Shen Chenhui? My good father-in-law, Chen Wenxiang, was the first to react. He cursed angrily, "This damn Shen Chenhui, he actually asked someone to kidnap you, it's really too much. Don't worry, son-in-law. I'll help you make the decision. I'll have someone find him right away and I'll definitely give you an explanation." Dad. Shut up. Seeing Chen Jiaqi was about to speak but was stopped, I chuckled. In this case, it all depends on my father-in-law. Don't worry, if you dare to attack my son-in-law, I will never let him go. Chen Wenxiang became more and more excited, as if the person who asked someone to kidnap me was really Shen Chenhui. I just smiled, and Chen Wenxiang didn't know why the kidnappers suddenly said that it was Shen Chenhui who asked them to kidnap. He might have thought that these kidnappers were smart and did not dare to sell him directly, but just threw him out at random. Chapter 18 Dog Bites Dog. But at this juncture, Chen Wenxiang naturally could not admit that he was the one who actually did this, so it was better to sacrifice the pawn to save the king and throw out Shen Chenhui than to expose himself. But Chen Jiaqi couldn't accept it. Who is Shen Chenhui? That's her lover. How could she bear to let her lover be tainted by such dirty water? If the mastermind of the kidnapping case is caught, he will be sentenced. Ji Cheng also reacted now, and his face looked very ugly. That damn Shen Chenhui is really too much. Don't worry, Ji Yuan, Dad will definitely find that person and give you an explanation. Thank you very much, but why haven't you caught these kidnappers for so long? I just got to work today and asked someone to get this done. That's really a case of the disciple surpassing the master. Ji Cheng's face looked extremely ugly, but he still had to be patient and fool me. I really felt it was meaningless. They are all birds of a feather, and they all know everything. Why bother pretending in front of me? They can do whatever they want, why do they have to control me? Is my identity so important that they have to rely on me for their life or death? Is that necessary? Chen Jiaqi had to pretend to be very angry no matter how reluctant she was at this moment, and followed everyone else to scold Shen Chenhui. This person named Shen Chenhui suddenly became a thorn in everyone's side. It was as if he was a complete bastard and he was responsible for everything. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost my memory. Chen Chenhui is indeed a beast. He has given me such a bright and shiny green hat, but who among the people present is innocent and who is innocent? Those kidnappers were sent to prison. Since they dared to attack me, they should consider whether they can afford the price in the end. Seeing that everyone was happy again, as if they were about to have a happy family dinner, I spoke again. You haven't told me who that Shen Chenhui is yet. Why did he do this to me? The atmosphere that had just improved suddenly became tense again, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Wenxiang couldn't help but scold Chen Jiaqi, "It's all your fault." Chen Jiaqi lowered her head, looking ashamed. Song Qiulan stood up at this time and sighed. It's like this, that Shen Chenhui is Jiaqi's suitor. He likes Jiaqi and has liked her for many years. This person has a paranoid personality and has done some very excessive things that are not worthy of being mentioned in public, but you have to believe that Jiaqi has only had you in her heart all these years. She has never paid attention to that Shen Chenhui, but that person is unwilling to give up. He thinks that as long as he kills you, he and Jiaqi can be together smoothly. So that is how it is. I smiled softly. As expected, we are all good storytellers. In just a few words, we put Chen Jiaqi in the position of a victim. She is so innocent, she is so innocent, she has done nothing wrong, and she and I are a pair of lovers who have suffered a lot. Only Chen Chenhui is the complete villain. I seemed to believe this story, and no one dared to talk more about this topic. They turned their heads to think about how to find this damn Shen Chenhui. But they didn't know that they would not find Shen Chenhui. Chapter 19 Male Dignity. Chen Chenhui had originally entered my house and lived in it, being a loving couple with Chen Jiaqi, and was arrogant and proud in front of me. In a sense, he did win, which fully satisfied his pride and self-esteem as a man. But after my so-called amnesia, the original tricks could no longer fool me, so they started a new copy, and Chen Chenhui was naturally driven away. After he left, he returned to the private hospital where he used to work. His life didn't change at all. He even found time to meet Chen Jiaqi. But I don't know what's wrong with Chen Jiaqi in the past 2 months. She actually refused to meet Shen Chenhui. Maybe Shen Chenhui's only worry is that he can't see Chen Jiaqi. It's just that Chen Jiaqi would transfer a large sum of money to him every month, and that money was mine. Chen Jiaqi played the role of a good wife in front of me, while using my money to support her lover. Why does Shen Chenhui live so freely? I won't allow it. Zhang Pengkai has already controlled Shen Chenhui, and now no one will be able to find him. The next day, when Chen Jiaqi and others learned that Shen Chenhui, who had been working peacefully in the hospital, suddenly disappeared, everyone was shocked. On the third day, they all knew that the kidnapping case had nothing to do with Shen Chenhui. Shen Chenhui should have been working peacefully at this time. Why did he disappear? I was the only one who took a deep breath and said, he must have known that his kidnapping of me had been exposed, so he fled in fear of being punished. The 4 words, fleeing from crime, define Shen Chenhui. He is no longer an innocent person, he is a criminal who is fleeing from crime. Chen Jiaqi was on the verge of collapse, and her heart was filled with worry about her lover. Her love and worry for me had been so superficial and perfunctory before, but now her worry for her true lover was so real. That's right, this is how she truly loves someone. She pretended so poorly in front of me before, it was so ridiculous. Naturally, I would not let Chen Jiaqi go. I turned to look at her. Wife, why do you look so ugly? Are you worried about that Shen Chenhui? You don't like him too, do you? That's right, a person has been persistently in love with you for so many years, you should be moved. No, I've never been moved. I only like you. Chen Jiaqi was extremely panicked. All of them were trying hard to maintain my marriage with Chen Jiaqi, which was in name only, and of course they would not accept any possible changes. It's okay, honey, don't be nervous, I believe you. I grinned at Chen Jiaqi. But do you believe this yourself? Do you think you deserve my trust? When everyone was clamoring to look for Shen Chenhui, I came to a private room in the club, and Shen Chenhui, who was being looked for crazy by outsiders, was here at the moment. He was stunned when he saw me, but then his smart brain quickly reacted. Did you catch me? I smiled softly. You kidnapped me and almost had me killed. I am just using your own methods against you. What's the problem? I didn't kidnap you. When did I kidnap you? Shen Chenhui was furious. You have been deceived. Why would I kidnap you? Besides, I don't have the ability to have someone kidnap you, and I don't have the money to have someone do this. Shen Chenhui explained angrily. Yes, he was right. But I have amnesia now, my brain is not working well, and I just think that he kidnapped me. Chapter 20 I think so. But Chen Jiaqi said that you have been chasing after her for many years, and you like her so much that you are almost going crazy. You are a paranoid kidnapper. You thought that if you killed me, you and Chen Jiaqi could be together. It seems that there is nothing wrong with you kidnapping me. Who else could it be but you? Shen Chenhui's face was distorted. Of course he knew who kidnapped me. As the man behind Chen Jiaqi and as one of their gang members, he actually knew exactly who did what. But does he dare to say it? Does he dare to tell me all this? He doesn't dare. Shen Chenhui will never forget how his good life came about, but he dare not say it. He was currently struggling over whether or not he should take the blame. I wanted to laugh when I saw him like this, and in fact I actually laughed. I said softly, I was almost beaten to death. Do you think I would let you go so easily? How do you think I should retaliate against you? Also, I'm really upset that you coveted my wife. Shen Chenhui's expression changed from time to time. He probably didn't understand why he was pushed out as the scapegoat. But putting this matter aside, for all the things he did before, can I just let him go? Are the things he and Chen Jiaqi did glorious? Which man can accept being cuckolded, not to mention that he and Chen Jiaqi were so arrogant in front of me before? I still can't understand how they dared to be so arrogant at that time. Could a simple sentence like, Chen Jiaqi injured herself to save me, morally blackmail me and force me to tolerate everything they did? I feel like a sucker and I can tolerate whatever they do. In fact, this is because they are sure that I am soft-hearted and that I cannot bear to do anything to Chen Jiaqi. So in the past years, the Chen family needed to rely on our family, but Chen Jiaqi was arrogant and wanton in front of me, bullying me however she wanted. They looked down on me, they always have. And this is all because of my love for Chen Jiaqi. I just love a woman and I just want to treat her well. But in the eyes of these people, my love means I deserve it. I deserve to be treated like this and I deserve to be insulted like this. But people want to be so cowardly all their lives, and I want to be bullied by them all my life. I have been fighting back for a long time, but they are just as stupid as I was before and have not realized it yet. I looked at Chen Chenhui for the last time and said, you just suffer here and endure the same pain that I once endured. The Jiu family and the Chen family worked together to find Shen Chenhui, but to no avail, the man disappeared out of thin air as if he were dead. Chen Jiaqi's face became uglier day by day, and she inexplicably felt like a widow. I don't know what exactly happened between Chen Jiaqi and Shen Chenhui, but I'm sure. Even if Chen Jiaqi could grit her teeth and come to me to be a good wife and mother, and be a loving couple with me, she would never be able to forget Shen Chenhui in her heart. The money that is transferred to Chen Chenhui's account on time every month is real evidence. I don't have the heart to care about Chen Jiaqi. It's up to her to do whatever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. I looked at the weekly report presented by Chang Liang and suddenly laughed. Jiu Cheng really was treating me like a fool. I wanted to join the company, so he asked me to come back. He thought that I had lost my memory and would know nothing about the company's operations and management, and would forget everything like a mentally retarded person. He is trying to fool me with such trivial things. What on earth is he trying to do? Chapter 21. Don't play tricks on me. I even began to doubt whether I was his biological son. He was controlling me, plotting against me, and fooling me. What was he doing? Do you think there is something wrong with this report? I squinted at Chang Liang, the secretary I promoted and who had been with me for 5 years. Chang Liang nodded. Of course there is a problem. Then I want a report without any problems. Can you do it? Now, besides Chang Liang, there are also several secretaries sent by Jiu Cheng. The incident of Chang Liang catching the kidnappers last time had already been exposed to Jiu Cheng, and now those people are also on guard against him. Chang Liang nodded decisively. I can. Very good, go ahead and do it. I never make big promises to my employees, and I will never treat those who are truly capable unfairly. When I got home from get off work, I saw Chen Jiaqi sitting on the sofa in a daze. I didn't need to think about it, I knew she was worried about Shen Chenhui. I asked Zhang Pengkai to lightly torture Shen Chenhui and let him reveal how much he and Chen Jiaqi had plotted against me over the years, but Shen Chenhui didn't dare to say a word. For me, who has lost my memory now, they are determined to keep the matter of Shen Chenhui a secret. But they don't even think about whether their lies full of mistakes and loopholes can deceive a normal person. I sat next to Chen Jiaqi and complained to her like an old married couple. What do you think is going on? Why can't we find Chen Chenhui? Is he dead? Seeing Chen Jiaqi's face becoming more and more stiff, I smiled softly, but it doesn't matter if he's dead. I'll find him no matter what. I'll go see if the soup I made for you is ready. Seeing Chen Jiaqi hiding in the kitchen in embarrassment, I suddenly wanted to laugh. In the past, when I liked her very much, she would often trample on my heart like this. She knew what she was doing would make me suffer, so she did it decisively. Watch me struggle between life and death time and time again, watch me in excruciating pain. I was immersed in pain at that time and just hated her. But when I was in her position, when I had the initiative, when I could hurt her at will, I suddenly felt that it was a very good thing to hurt someone recklessly without worrying about the consequences. At least now I was very happy to hurt Chen Jiaqi. That night, Chen Jiaqi suddenly woke up from her sleep, shouting, Chen Chenhui. I woke up slowly, looked at Chen Jiaqi's pale face, and smiled. Wife, why are you calling another man's name in my bed? I didn't. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that he wanted to hurt you. Seeing Chen Jiaqi explaining stiffly, I didn't care. It didn't matter. She could say whatever she wanted. I wouldn't believe her anyway. I was just going along with the performance. Just then, Chen Jiaqi's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone blankly, and heard Shen Chenhui's voice on the other end. Jiaqi, save me, Jiu Yuan wants to kill me. Before he could say anything else, the call was cut off. The phone slipped from Chen Jiaqi's hand and she turned around stiffly and looked at me. At this moment, she was both afraid and angry, and her expression kept changing. Chen Jiaqi finally seemed to understand, and she said desperately, Jiu Yuan, you don't have amnesia, right? What do you mean? I smiled softly, looking at Chen Jiaqi with undisguised mockery. Yes, since I know about the affair between you and Shen Chenhui, this is my revenge on you. Chen Jiaqi, don't look at me like a villain. I didn't do anything. Chapter 22 I am innocent. Not only did I not do anything, I even followed their wishes and continued to act like a loving couple with Chen Jiaqi. What did I do wrong? Isn't this what they want? What did you do to Shen Chenhui? Chen Jiaqi finally stopped pretending to love me. She finally revealed her true colors. She grabbed my arm tightly, almost madly. Jiu Yuan, tell me, what did you do to Shen Chenhui? What can I do to him? You should go and ask him what he wants to do to me. Don't forget, he was the one who had me kidnapped. He almost killed me. He wanted to kill your husband, but not only did you not side with me, you asked me what I was going to do to him. What do you think I could do to him? He didn't kidnap you. Oh, who is that? Chen Jiaqi broke down and told the truth. I looked at her with amusement. If it wasn't him, then who was it? Did Chen Jiaqi have the courage to tell me that the people who wanted to kidnap me were actually her parents? I want to see whether she wants to sacrifice Shen Chenhui or her parents. Both sides are villains. It doesn't matter who gets unlucky. I don't mind. But Chen Jiaqi, how are you going to choose? Chen Jiaqi is not stupid, she is even very smart. She quickly figured out what was going on, and she looked at me almost in despair. Jiu Yuan, why do you have to do this? What's wrong with me? I smiled softly. Over the years, Chen Jiaqi has hurt my heart in various ways. She even pushed me into an icy swimming pool in the dead of winter. She even wanted to kill me, thinking that if I died, she could be happily together with her true love. Compared with that, what have I done? I don't want to be fooled by her, I don't want to be deceived by her, so is that my fault? Ridiculous. Jiu Yuan, I know you are very angry, but I want to ask you, can you let Shen Chenhui go? Please let him go. What are you talking about? How could I possibly do anything to him? I smiled softly. Murder is against the law. I am a law-abiding citizen and I would never do such a thing. Also, he was the one who had me kidnapped first. Didn't you hear the testimony of those kidnappers? The people who want to arrest Shen Chenhui are police officers. After they catch him, they will be sentenced according to the law. It's not like I can let him go just because I want to. Wife, you are my wife, how can you speak to another man? I, your husband, have been having a hard time at work recently. Dad is worried about me and doesn't let me do many things. Shouldn't you share my worries? Chen Jiaqi closed her eyes weakly. It was the first time in such a long time that I saw her looking so vulnerable. Things are changing, and everything is really going well. The next day, I took the new report prepared by Chang Liang and gave it to Ji Yu Chen. I looked at him with a chuckle. Dad, you don't have to test me like this. Although I have no memories of the past, some things are engraved in my instincts. I can still see such obvious loopholes. What are you talking about? Ji Yu Chen was a little annoyed, or maybe he was angry because I exposed him. I sneered and didn't want to say anything more. Dad, if you don't want me to get involved in the affairs of the head office, give me a branch and I'll do it myself. Now that you have no memory of the past, what can you do? Isn't this the best proof? I pointed to the report on the table. I can. If you don't want me to do it, then I'll go to Chen's company. I think my good father-in-law and mother-in-law will be very happy. Chapter 23, Open Threat. This is already a blatant threat. The Chen family may not like me that much, but they care about my identity and the benefits this marriage can bring to them. If the Chen family knew that Jiu Cheng didn't take me seriously, and that the Jiu group might not be inherited by me in the future, then there would be no need for the Chen family to place all their hopes on me. I have gradually understood what Jiu Cheng meant. The Chen family wants to gain benefits from Heng Yuan group through this binding marriage. However, it just so happened that Jiu Cheng also thought so, and he might want to swallow up the Chen family. So no matter what happens, Chen Jiaqi and I cannot divorce. I even suspected that Jiu Cheng had no intention of passing on the family business to me. If he really regarded me as his son and really considered me, he would not have been so calculating. At best, I am just a chess piece that he wants to use. My identity, my life, my marriage, everything about me is just a move on the chessboard. But why should I be used like this? Is this fair? Nature is unfair. Even if I am just a pawn, I must maximize my benefits and get everything I deserve. Jiu Cheng was silent for a while, and finally chose to compromise. He gritted his teeth and gave me a branch company and let me work on it. After getting what I wanted, I ignored Jiu Cheng and turned to find Zhang Pengkai. I wanted to discuss a collaboration with him. What I have now is nothing more than a branch company. Such a small company cannot amount to much, but what if I give up my identity? I am the son of Gu's Heng Yuan group, and I am also the son-in-law of Chen's Jishin group. Chen Jiaqi is also an only daughter. Maybe Jishin group will be handed over to me in the future. With this reputation, my small company will naturally thrive. We are all in the same circle, so who would not give me face? The cooperation between Zhang Pengkai and I is that we take advantage of this favorable situation and make good use of the two groups behind us to make more money under this name. By the way, is your father really your biological father? After listening to what I said about everything that had happened during this period, Zhang Pengkai frowned. He is an orphan, without a father or a mother, and he started from scratch. I am a kid from a wealthy family, I have a father and a mother, and my family looks happy. As a result, my situation is not much better than his. At least his marriage will not be used as a topic for discussion. That doesn't matter anymore. I don't know what Jiu Cheng will do to me after he has used me. I can only make money as soon as possible before he eats up the Chen family or the Chen family eats up him. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. The communication with Zhang Pengkai was still very fast, and it was already late at night when I finished my work at the company and went home. Chen Jiaqi stood in the living room. Chen Jiaqi, who used to have exquisite makeup and a charming look, was now barefaced and looked extremely haggard. As soon as she saw me, she grabbed my sleeve tightly and said, "Jiu Yuan, I promise you, I can divorce you quietly without disturbing our parents. When they find out, it will be too late. I will divorce you and give you freedom. You can do whatever you want in the future. I will not stop you anymore." "Oh, how come you suddenly figured it out?" I looked at Chen Jiaqi with amusement. No matter what I said before, she was unwilling to divorce. She would rather send women to me than divorce me, so why is she suddenly willing to divorce me? Chapter 24 Belated Divorce. Chen Jiaqi wiped away her tears painfully. "Jiu Yuan, I know you won't believe anything I say now, but I have understood what you said to me before you left. Maybe my parents don't really love me, so they can use me like this. Chen Chenhui may not love me either, that's why he watched me marry you. I have liked him for many years. I know there is no turning back, but I love you." Chen Jiaqi seemed to be unable to speak. "I thought you really lost your memory before. I wanted to break up with Shen Chenhui and live a good life with you. I regret treating you like that all those years. But now I know you won't accept me, so how about I give you freedom? I will do whatever you want, Jiu Yuan. I just want to do it for you now. You are afraid that I will kill Shen Chenhui. I am too lazy to go back and forth with Chen Jiaqi and talk nonsense with each other. There is no need for that. If we have something to say, just say it directly and say whatever we want to say." Chen Jiaqi kept shaking her head, and I smiled. "You're just afraid that I'll kill him. You're still thinking that after you divorce me, I'll let him go, and you two will live happily together. Tell me, is that what you think?" Seeing Chen Jiaqi's desperate look, I shook off her hand and said, "Are you dreaming? Why do you think that everything will go as you wish? When you wanted to be a rich wife, you clung to me. My life, my freedom, everything I wanted meant nothing to you. Nothing mattered. Now that you feel you can no longer control me, You want to withdraw in time and hand this mess over to someone else. Is that what you think? What gives you the right to do that? That's not what I meant. I just wanted to help you. Okay, you want to help me, right? I looked at Chen Jiaqi with a smile, and my eyes suddenly became gentle. If you want to fulfill my wish, then you should be my wife and stay with me well. Helping me succeed in my career is a great accomplishment for me. Also, don't worry, Shen Chenhui won't die for the time being, I won't take his life, but if you don't obey, then I can't guarantee anything. Chen Jiaqi finally stopped struggling and covered her face in pain. Where are we now? Isn't this just the beginning? Isn't this what you wanted? Just as Chen Jiaqi was tolerant of me before, I am also tolerant of her now. I don't care what she has with other men outside, she can go find anyone she wants, except Shen Chenhui, of course. But on the surface, she needs to act out a loving scene with me in front of everyone. We are a loving couple and we have a very good relationship. The marriage between the Jiu and Chen families is very solid, and the cooperation between our two businesses will only become closer and closer. Chen Jiaqi would not know that the call she received that night was not accidental, but someone deliberately gave Shen Chenhui a mobile phone and asked him to make this call. It was premeditated. I don't care to tell Chen Jiaqi whether I have lost my memory or not. What if she knows? What if she doesn't know? She and I were once just pieces on the chessboard, we were the same. But she would not rebel against her parents, nor could she bear to give up the money, fame and fortune that this marriage would bring her, so she chose to hurt me, the one who loved her. Chapter 25 Bully Me. I am the easiest person to bully. There will be no consequences if you bully me, and I can't do anything to her. She does this as a matter of course and does it very easily. It is not so easy for her to stay out of it and retire now. A week later, Heng Yuan Group and Jixing Group released a draft for continued cooperation. Their investment in the joint project had exceeded 1 billion yuan. If anything went wrong with the project, both companies would be hit hard. Not only that, the construction period of this project is 2 years, which means that at least in these 2 years, no matter how much Chen Jiaqi and I hate each other, we have to be husband and wife, and a loving couple. At the celebration party for the cooperation between the two companies, Chen Jiaqi held my arm. We obviously hated each other so much that we didn't want to look at each other anymore, but in fact we could only hold each other's hands tightly. They are truly a perfect match made in heaven. An uncle who is a family friend looked at Chen Jiaqi and me and praised me without reservation. Today, Chen Jiaqi and I are here to show our affection and to show everyone how solid the marriage between our two families is. You are not young anymore, why don't you have children? Oh, we are still young, there is no rush. Chen Jiaqi smiled gently and generously, but the elders did not buy it at all. How can you still be young? You are already 30 years old, what do you mean young? You young people are just not anxious. We, the older generation, are easily anxious. You, the parents, are also looking forward to having grandchildren. Yes. Song Qiulan said at this time, my in-laws and I are looking forward to having a grandchild every day, but this young man always says that he doesn't have enough of his own world. Chen Jiaqi and I laughed at this scene. Want a child? What kind of child? It's funny. But when the guests had left and only Chen Jiaqi, our parents and I were left, Jiu Cheng spoke first. It's time for you two to have a baby. This was the tone of the notification. Chen Jiaqi looked at me instinctively. We haven't been intimate for a long time. How can we have a child? Can a child be created out of thin air? Chen Jiaqi probably thought I would refuse and just brush it off, but I just chuckled and said, okay. Both sets of parents are satisfied now. To them, I am now a person with amnesia. I used to like Chen Jiaqi so much, and we slowly developed feelings after losing my memory. I will always like her. Not to mention that during the time when I had just lost my memory, Chen Jiaqi pretended to be gentle and kind in front of me every day. Isn't that the look I liked the most before? Putting aside other things, we are husband and wife, so what's wrong with having children? After saying goodbye to both sets of parents, Chen Jiaqi and I got on the car to go home. Chen Jiaqi seemed a little confused. When she entered the room, she finally couldn't help but ask, do we really want a child? Yes. I smiled, why not? You just saw that my parents are waiting to hold their grandchildren. Do you really want to have a baby with me? Chen Jiaqi said this in horror. That's right. Having a child is just a matter of words for me, but it's different for Chen Jiaqi. I nodded again. But you obviously don't like me. Seeing Chen Jiaqi becoming more and more desperate, I spoke again. Didn't you think about this when you agreed to the marriage? You and Shen Chenhui were obviously in love with each other, but you still agreed to marry me. Chapter 26. You choose it yourself. I didn't know anything when I married you. I didn't know you had someone else in your heart. I didn't know you hated this marriage so much, and you hated me so much. Have you ever thought that if you had married someone else, you wouldn't have had such an easy time these years? Marriages are meant to have children. In the past, I was the one who bore the pressure. I was the one who told my parents that I didn't want children. That's why you haven't had this worry. Today you clearly didn't want it, but you looked at me instinctively. You thought I would still refuse. But I didn't refuse. Do you dare to refuse? Do you dare to tell your parents that you are still thinking about Shen Chenhui in your heart, and you have no way to have a child with me? Do you dare to say it? Chen Jiaqi's face turned pale. She certainly didn't dare to say it. If she had the courage, she wouldn't have been controlled by her parents step by step until today. I smiled and said, Chen Jiaqi, you can't resist. You can't resist the marriage. You can't resist marrying me. You can't resist being married to me, and you can't resist having children with me. What about you? Chen Jiaqi suddenly smiled. Can you still touch me now? Giving birth to a child is not something I can do alone. If you can't do it, then there will be no child. This child doesn't have to be mine. I looked at Chen Jiaqi gently. You know, Shen Chenhui is in my hands. Are you going to use him to threaten me again? Chen Jiaqi's voice suddenly rose. She was angry, very angry, and her anger made me feel more comfortable. I can't be the only one who is angry, I can't be the only one who is happy. She is angry, which is of course a good thing. I shook my head and said, Wife, I told you I'm not a gangster. How could I always threaten you with other men? This is what scumbags do, and I'm not a scumbag. I just want to say that Shen Chenhui is in my hands. He is well fed and well served now, and he is living a comfortable life. I can send you to see him. A few times a week. Do you think you could have a kid soon? This blatant humiliation made Chen Jiaqi angry. She raised her hand to slap me, just like she had done countless times before. It had become a habitual action for her. But why does she think that I will let her beat me or scold me whenever she wants until now? I sneered and reached out to grab Chen Jiaqi's hand. Do you think you are qualified to fight me now? You want me to have a baby with Shen Chenhui? Facing Chen Jiaqi's questioning, I smiled softly and said, Yes, that's what I mean, or you can choose someone else if you want. As long as you can have a baby in your belly, I don't care who the father of the child is. Anyway, it's not me. I feel that you and Shen Chenhui have such a good relationship. It is of course the best choice for you to go find him and have a child, but if you don't want to, I won't force you. Why do you think I will agree to you? Chen Jiaqi roared. She has now regained some of her former arrogant young lady appearance. Ji Yuan, you promised your parents that you would have a child with me. You are saying this again now. What do you mean? What do you think of me? Chapter 27. What am I? Why do you think I would go out and have a child with someone else and then say it's yours? How can you humiliate me like this? Who am I in your eyes? Chen Jiaqi, you were the one who humiliated me first. I learned all these tricks from you. I couldn't do such a thing before. I can't do anything to trample on other people's sincerity, and I can't do anything to insult others. It was Chen Jiaqi who taught me through her actions that some things can be done this way. She taught me, so of course I have to do things according to her ideas, otherwise she might be unhappy. I looked at Chen Jiaqi's anger coldly and just said indifferently. I have already told you clearly that in order to stabilize the marriage between our two families, you need to give birth to a child. It's just that the father of this child will not be me. I don't intend to be responsible for the child in your belly. The best solution I give is for you to go find Shen Chenhui. I will arrange it very carefully. No one will find out. If you don't want to, you can find someone else yourself. I won't agree to it. Chen Jiaqi trembled, looking at me with eyes full of pain and hatred. I've told you a long time ago that I regret everything that happened. I'm thinking about living a good life with you now. I regret it. Do I have to forgive you just because you regret it? Chen Jiaqi, you are not the creator, why should I forgive you? I was about to leave. Think it over carefully. Think more about your good lover when you have time. He still doesn't know that I don't have amnesia and is still thinking about how to fool me. If he doesn't show up again, your family might issue him a death certificate and put the blame on him for the kidnapping. Chen Jiaqi, you should figure it out for yourself. I stopped talking to Chen Jiaqi. It was obvious that my marriage with Chen Jiaqi would not last forever. One day I will dump her, divorce her, and make sure she never appears in front of me again. But that is not today. If Chen Jiaqi is ready to be with Shen Chenhui after divorcing me, it is not a big problem to have a child with Shen Chenhui now. When the day comes that our marriage can be dissolved, she will marry Shen Chenhui, take their child with her, and they will be a happy and sweet family of 3 again. Am I not thinking of her? What is she angry about? I don't have much time to spend on Chen Jiaqi. I have just taken over the branch and I have a lot of things to deal with every day. In addition to the cooperation with Zhang Pengkai, I still get home late at night every day. I haven't met Chen Jiaqi for 3 consecutive days. I know she is thinking about it carefully now. When I came home that day and saw Chen Jiaqi in the living room, I knew she had finally thought it through. It seems like you have figured it out now. I smiled gently, waiting for Chen Jiaqi to tell me that she was willing to have a child with Shen Chenhui, but I heard Chen Jiaqi say, "Jiu Yuan, I am willing to have a child, but it can only be your child." What's the meaning? I frowned. How could Chen Jiaqi not tell good from bad? I considered her and helped her to be with her lover. Isn't this what she wanted most? Chapter 28, Good or Bad? She had pushed me into the swimming pool and made me sick in exchange for a chance to meet her lover. Now I can support them, I can even create the conditions for them to meet. Not only did she not thank me, she also rejected me. What does that mean? I will cut off all ties with Shen Chenhui. You give him freedom. He is innocent. All these things are my fault. I shouldn't have been involved with him after marrying you. Let him go. These things have nothing to do with him. I can be with you. I will be a good wife to you and give birth to a child for us. Jiu Yuan, I know you may not believe it, but I have actually fallen in love with you. Of course I would never believe such nonsense at any time. I even found it a little ridiculous that Chen Jiaqi and I had always been hurting each other, as if we were destined to be enemies and neither of us wanted to give the other an easy life. Under such circumstances, this person actually told me like a madman that she liked me. Is she crazy? I didn't understand what Chen Jiaqi said. She actually thought that I still loved her. She thought that if she told me that she loved me too, I would gratefully agree and live a good life with her. Was she dreaming? I forgot to tell you that what I said to you 2 days ago was not a discussion, but a notification. If you want to keep your lover, it's very simple. Just give me a child. I don't care who the biological father of the child is, but it definitely can't be me. Think about it carefully. We can do IVF. Chen Jiaqi said loudly. I know you don't want to touch me. We can do IVF. Do you think that if the child we give birth to is not yours, can we fool both parents? Chen Jiaqi's words seemed to have hit my soft spot, and I fell silent for a moment. That's right, in this era when the children of wealthy families have to undergo DNA testing as soon as they are born, if Chen Jiaqi gives birth to a child that is not mine, it will definitely be a trouble. I have a way to fool around, but what if I fail? Seeing that I was silent, Chen Jiaqi took a step forward. What I said now will not change. I will break up with Shen Chenhui. I will live a good life with you and be a good wife and a good mother. It doesn't matter if you don't love me, but this child must be yours. I still didn't say anything. Chen Jiaqi took a step forward and hugged me. Jiu Yuan, can we start over? You're dreaming. I raised my hand and pushed Chen Jiaqi away. Do you think a child can trap me? It's a natural advantage that the child is mine, and it can save me some trouble. But it will also bring countless troubles. When I think about how Chen Jiaqi and I will tie me down because of this child when we discuss divorce, I hate it so much. How could I possibly have a child with her? I said I would find someone else to give birth to the baby. I had already worked a whole day, and I was annoyed by Chen Jiaqi's nonsense. I hurried upstairs to the bathroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed, just wanting to fall asleep quickly. But I actually smelled a strange smell in the bedroom. I didn't think much about it, but I soon realized something was wrong. I felt hot all over and I realized almost instantly that Chen Jiaqi had tricked me. Chen Jiaqi entered the bedroom and smiled at me. I knew you wouldn't agree, but I also wouldn't agree to have a baby with someone else. Gu Yuan, there is nothing I can do even if you hate me. My child cannot be a bastard. Chen Jiaqi came closer and the door was locked, leaving only the two of us in a space filled with lust. I closed my eyes in annoyance. Chen Jiaqi must have anticipated what she would do. Chapter 29, Unreasonable. Unless I jump from the third floor, there is no way I can escape safely. Forget it, I don't believe I can get pregnant overnight. Until dawn, I left angrily, not wanting to look at Chen Jiaqi again. I really underestimated this woman. There really is nothing she can't do. I came to the place where Chen Chenhui was imprisoned. During the time I locked him up, seeing Shen Chenhui become much thinner due to torture, the anger in my heart was slightly relieved, but I would not really let him go. I handed a stack of documents to Shen Chenhui. There is money, passport and various information in it. I will send you abroad. There will be people watching you there, so don't think about returning home secretly. I will find you if I need you. Please do me one last favor and we will clear all the previous things. Why do you do this? Why do you restrict my freedom? Shen Chenhui obviously didn't want to go abroad. He was extremely angry, and I smiled. You could have stayed in China, you could have had a better life, but Chen Jiaqi was unwilling to help you. If you want to hate her, go ahead and hate her. After saying that, I didn't stay any longer. Shen Chenhui is a trouble, but if this trouble is used well, why can't it bring me benefits? After getting rid of Shen Chenhui, I almost lived in the company for the next period of time. I have a hunch that if I do well, I can bring 1 yuan and Jixing into my hands in these 2 years. The two old foxes were thinking about who would eat whom, but they didn't expect that while the mantis was stalking the cicada, there was an oriole behind it. A month passed in a flash, and Chen Jiaqi actually took the initiative to send me a message. She said she was pregnant. When I got home, I saw a test report in front of Chen Jiaqi. Chen Jiaqi looked at me and smiled. I have taken the test many times during this period, and finally got 2 bars. I went to the hospital for a detailed examination, and indeed, I am pregnant. It's hard for you to believe, and you don't want to admit it, but I am pregnant. That night, I had your child. Looking at the result, I just hated myself for not forcing Chen Jiaqi to take birth control pills afterwards. I shouldn't have held on to any luck, but she is pregnant now, which is the result I least want to see. Perhaps it was because I had been controlling her for some time that Chen Jiaqi felt very aggrieved, and today she was obviously a little proud. Gu Yuan, I've told you before that I won't make everything go your way, but it's not bad this way, isn't it? You just want a child, right? When the child is born, we can do a paternity test for you. As long as it is confirmed that the child is born to us, the cooperation between our two families will be closer, and what you want to do will be done more smoothly. We both have a child, and the two families won't be on guard against us anymore. Isn't this what you want? This child is our own, which is better than me having an illegitimate child, don't you think? Chen Jiaqi seemed to have endless words to persuade me, but in fact, she didn't need to persuade me. Since the child was already here, I couldn't let it disappear, and I couldn't force Chen Jiaqi to have an abortion. I was just angry. Angry that I was tricked, angry that I was careless for a moment and really let her succeed. I suddenly smiled and spoke to Chen Jiaqi in an almost cruel manner. Chen Chenhui went abroad, to a place you will never find. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't want it. You will never see him again. It doesn't matter. As long as I can be with you, I don't care. Chen Jiaqi said this like she was crazy. I frowned. Does she know what she is talking about? Chen Jiaqi shook her head. Gu Yuan, I told you I want to live a good life with you. Oh. That's ridiculous, does she think I will believe it? Chapter 30 Counter Calculation. It's so naive and ridiculous that Chen Jiaqi thought she could trap me so easily just because she was pregnant with my child. I looked at her coldly as she seemed to have succeeded in her plan. The anger in my heart almost burned my rationality away. Why does this woman think that a child can change my mind? Has she forgotten how she hurt and humiliated me over the years? I clenched my fists, my nails digging deep into my palms, but the sharp pain could not relieve the anger in my heart in the slightest. Do you think that if you have this child, I will forgive everything you did before? I said coldly, my voice full of sarcasm. The smile on Chen Jiaqi's face froze. She seemed to have not expected me to react like this. I continued mercilessly, "You schemed against me and used such a despicable method to get my child. Do you think you can tie me down? You think too highly of yourself." "Ji Yuan, that's not what I meant." Chen Jiaqi explained in a panic, but I didn't want to listen to her excuses at all. I looked at her with contempt, my heart filled with disdain. This woman, how could she be so stupid as to think that a child could change my hatred for her? I said almost cruelly, "Don't think that you can get any special treatment from me just because you have this child. You will never get my love, remember." Looking at the painful expression on Chen Jiaqi's face, I felt a little happy. Let her have a taste of having her feelings toyed with. I turned and left, not wanting to look at her again. Now that this child is here, I will naturally not let him disappear. But this does not mean that I will forgive Chen Jiaqi, nor does it mean that I will accept her again. I will make good use of this child to achieve my goal. As for Chen Jiaqi, let her continue to indulge in her fantasy. I sneered and thought that sooner or later she would realize that everything she did was just weaving a bigger net for herself. The next morning, Chen Jiaqi couldn't wait to tell both sets of parents the news of her pregnancy. Ji Yucheng and Song Chulan were overjoyed when they learned the news and wanted to hold a press conference immediately to announce the good news. Chen Wenqiang and Liu Meiling were so excited as if they had won the lottery, and immediately expressed their intention to hold a grand celebration banquet. Looking at their happy expressions, I just felt ironic. These people, who usually scheme against me in every way, are now ecstatic because of a life that has not yet taken shape. I watched their excitement with cold eyes, feeling full of disdain. When Ji Yucheng excitedly told me that he wanted to hold a family meeting to celebrate, I suppressed my impatience and forced a smile. "Dad, there's no need to make such a fuss, right? Chen Jiaqi has just become pregnant, and it's not even 3 months yet." I tried to shirk. But Ji Yucheng made the decision without hesitation. "How can it be unnecessary? This is the eldest grandson of our Ji family. We must celebrate it with great fanfare." I sighed to myself, knowing that I couldn't escape. In order to avoid exposing my flaws, I could only pretend to be a happy future father and cooperate with them in this farce. On the day of the banquet, I put on a tailor-made suit, held Chen Jiaqi's hand, and appeared in front of everyone with a smile on my face. Looking at the envious eyes of the guests, I just felt ridiculous. Little did they know that the seemingly loving couple on stage had already been estranged in private. I endured the discomfort and dealt with the guests who came to congratulate me. Whenever someone asked me about my expectations for my children, I mechanically repeated those hypocritical words as if I were reciting lines. Yes, we are all looking forward to the arrival of this little life. Boys and girls are fine, as long as they are healthy. I will definitely love this child well. As I said these words, I felt like a puppet, forced to do one action after another against my will. I hate myself for being so hypocritical, but in order to avoid being exposed, I have no choice but to continue pretending. Just when I was about to be driven crazy by this atmosphere of hypocrisy, an unexpected discovery opened my eyes. It turned out that not only relatives and friends of the two families were present today, but also many business leaders. These big shots who are usually high and mighty and rarely seen are all gathered together today. I thought about it and realized that this might be a rare business opportunity. If I can take this opportunity to expand my network, maybe it will contribute to my career. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel refreshed. Perhaps, this party was not completely useless. I began to carefully observe every guest present, secretly thinking about how to approach those who could be useful to me. Just then, Chen Wenqiang suddenly walked over with a barely perceptible arrogance on his face. "Son-in-law, I heard that you are managing a branch company recently. How is the business going?" he asked knowingly. My heart sank, knowing that he was testing my ability. "Not bad, the company is running smoothly," I replied indifferently, not wanting to say more. But Chen Wenqiang obviously did not intend to give up. He said meaningfully, "If you feel that you are unable to do it, you can tell me. Our Chen family has been in the business world for so many years, and we have much more experience than you." I heard the contempt in his words and couldn't help feeling annoyed. This old fox is clearly trying to take the opportunity to interfere with my business. I suppressed my dissatisfaction and politely declined, "Thank you for your kindness, father-in-law, but I can handle the company's affairs myself." Chen Wenqiang showed a hint of displeasure on his face when he heard this. He pretended to be concerned and said, "Son-in-law, don't be too stubborn. Now that Jiaqi is pregnant, you should spend more time on the family. As for business matters, why not let us take care of them for you? I sneered in my heart. I knew exactly what this old fox was planning. He wanted to take the opportunity to bring my company into the Chen family's sphere of influence. I said calmly, I appreciate my father-in-law's kindness. But I have already arranged the company's affairs very well, so you don't have to worry about it. When Chen Wenqian saw that I didn't take the bait, his face suddenly darkened. He snorted coldly, don't be ungrateful. I'm doing this for your own good. You're just a young boy, what do you know about business? If you ruin the company, how are you going to support your family? The anger in my heart suddenly surged up. Why does this old guy look down on me? I looked at him coldly and said word by word, Father-in-law, you will soon see what I am capable of. After saying that, I turned and left, no longer paying attention to his ugly expression. Chen Wenqian's words made me realize a fact: in the eyes of these people, I will always be the junior who needs care. They simply don't believe that I have the ability to stand on my own. In that case, I will let them see clearly what I, Gu Yuan, can do. I looked around and my eyes fell on a few business leaders who were talking not far away. The opportunity is right before your eyes. I took a deep breath, straightened my clothes, and strode over. Chapter 31, Shopping Mall is like a battlefield. Hello uncles, I am Gu Yuan. I greeted them politely. Upon hearing this, several big men turned their heads. I said calmly, excuse me for interrupting you, but I have a business idea. Would you like to listen to it? Looking at their surprised expressions, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. It's time to let everyone see my true strength. I said calmly, uncles, I believe everyone knows that the new energy industry is at a critical point of explosion. However, most new energy companies on the market are still at the stage of producing a single product. My idea is to integrate the upstream and downstream industrial chains and create a comprehensive new energy ecosystem. Hearing this, the eyes of several bigwigs lit up. I continued, specifically, we can form a complete closed loop from battery production, charging pile construction, new energy vehicle manufacturing, to waste battery recycling. This will not only reduce costs and improve efficiency, but also give us an absolute advantage in the competition. I spoke eloquently and told him about the business plan I had been thinking about for a long time. As I explained, more and more people gathered around me. Even Chen Wenqian, who had just looked down on me, couldn't help but come over. I looked at the surprised and admiring eyes of the crowd, and a feeling of pleasure welled up in my heart. Finally, it's my turn to hold my head high in front of these people. Gu Yuan, your idea is very good, a white-haired old man exclaimed. Yes, integrating the industrial chain is a big deal. Another big boss couldn't help but nodded. I smiled and said, thank you for your praise, uncles. I just think that the future of the new energy industry will inevitably be a competition across the entire industry chain. Whoever can take the lead in making arrangements will be able to occupy a dominant position in the future. After these words were spoken, everyone present showed a thoughtful expression. I knew that my words had aroused their interest. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, Gu Yuan, what you said sounds good, but do you have the ability? I turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Chen Wenqian. He sneered and said, integrating the industrial chain is not as simple as it sounds. Do you know how much money you need to invest? Do you have the connections and resources? I smiled calmly and said calmly, my father-in-law is right. It does require a lot of financial and resource support. But I believe that as long as the concept is good enough, it will attract enough investment. Besides, I looked at Chen Wenqian meaningfully, our GU group and Chen group have joined forces. Are we still afraid of not having resources? As soon as these words came out, Chen Wenqian's face suddenly turned ugly. I sneered in my heart and continued, besides, I have done preliminary market research and feasibility analysis. If you uncles are interested, I can explain it in detail. Hearing this, several bigwigs present showed surprised expressions. Apparently, they didn't expect me to be so well prepared. An old man with a goatee said with a smile, okay, then tell us about it in detail. I nodded and started talking. From market analysis to technical barriers, from capital requirements to expected returns, I explained the entire plan in detail. As I explained, the expressions on the faces of the people present gradually changed from initial suspicion to surprise, and finally to admiration. When I finished speaking, there was silence. After a moment, thunderous applause broke out. Great. That's great, the old man with the goatee said excitedly. Ji Yuan, your plan is very promising. That's right, integrating the industrial chain is a big deal. Another big boss also nodded repeatedly. I said modestly, Uncle Wang, you are too kind. I am just throwing out some ideas, and I still need your guidance. Looking at everyone's approving eyes, my heart was filled with joy. I glanced at Chen Wenxiang, who was standing next to me, and saw that his face was ashen and he didn't say a word. I sneered in my heart, this old guy, now he knows how powerful I am, right? Another old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses also nodded repeatedly. Yes, this kid has ideas. Ji Cheng, you have to train him well. I think it will be the most appropriate for Ji Group to be handed over to him in the future. Hearing this, I secretly observed Ji Cheng's expression. He had a satisfied smile on his face, but a barely perceptible gloom flashed in his eyes. I sneered in my heart. It seems that this old fox is still unwilling to give up power easily. But it doesn't matter. I have plenty of patience. I will just take my time. Chen Wenxian's face looked extremely ugly at this time. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile and said, Son-in-law, your plan is good, but it is still too idealistic. It is not so easy to actually implement it. I answered calmly, my father-in-law is right. It will be difficult to implement. But I believe that as long as we are heading in the right direction, no matter how big the difficulties are, we can overcome them. This sounds like a thank you, but in fact it is a mockery of them. Chen Wenxiang was choked by my words and was speechless, and his face became even uglier. I was secretly happy. This old man just couldn't stand seeing me do well. But it doesn't matter. I will let him see how far I can go. Seeing this, Liu Meiling quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, today is the day to celebrate the baby, let's not talk about these business matters. Come on, let's have another drink. Everyone raised their glasses and the lively atmosphere returned. But I noticed that Chen's parents still looked ugly and their eyes were full of gloom. I sneered in my heart. It seems that this pair of old foxes will not give up easily. But it doesn't matter. Come on, let's have a good fight. After the banquet, I stood alone on the balcony enjoying the night breeze. Thinking back on what happened today, I felt indescribably happy. Those who once looked down on me now look at me with new eyes. And Chen Wenxiang, who had always wanted to suppress me, was severely slapped in the face by me. I took a deep breath and looked at the brightly lit city in the distance. The city would soon know that a new business giant was about to rise. And I, Ji Yuan, will be the one standing at the top. In the following days, I devoted myself to the operation of the company. I wanted to strike while the iron was hot and put my plan into practice as soon as possible. However, it wasn't long before I noticed something was wrong. There were always some strange rumors circulating in the company, and every time I made a new move, my competitors would respond immediately. This was obviously not a coincidence. I became alert and began to carefully observe everyone in the company. I had a vague feeling that someone was secretly watching my every move. After work that day, I sat alone in the office, thinking about all the abnormal things that had happened recently. Chapter 32, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that the Chen family is secretly investigating me? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this was true, then my situation would be dangerous. I forced myself to calm down and analyze it carefully. If the Chen family is really investigating me, what is their purpose? Are they trying to destroy my company? Or are they trying to steal my trade secrets? No matter which one it is a fatal threat to me. I must find the traitor as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, I made up my mind to completely eradicate this hidden danger. In the following days, I began to carefully observe everyone in the company. There are always some strange people appearing in the company, paying special attention to my every move. Sometimes when I walk on the street, I always feel like someone is following me. Even my cell phone seems to be tapped. I sneered in my heart. It seems that Chen's parents have begun to secretly investigate me. I deliberately revealed some irrelevant information on the phone to lure those who were following me. At the same time, I also asked Zhang Pengkai to help me investigate the Chen family's recent movements. Soon, Zhang Pengkai brought the news. Ji Yuan, the Chen family has indeed been investigating you recently. They have sent a lot of people to keep an eye on your company and are trying to check your financial transactions. I sneered, as expected. This pair of old foxes really can't keep their cool. Zhang Pengkai frowned and said, "You have to be careful. The Chen family has a deep foundation in the business world and their methods are ruthless. If they are determined to deal with you, I'm afraid they will not show mercy." I nodded, "I know. But the more they do this, the more it proves my current value." Zhang Pengkai was a little confused. "What do you mean?" I smiled and said, "Think about it, if I was really insignificant, why would they go to so much trouble to investigate me? The fact that they do this just shows that they are afraid of me." Zhang Pengkai suddenly realized, "You are right. But how are you going to deal with it?" I narrowed my eyes and sneered, "If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. If they want to play, then I will play with them." In the following days, I began to pay close attention to the developments within the company. Sure enough, it didn't take long for me to discover some suspicious people. There was a new intern who looked ordinary but was always asking about core technologies. There was also a newly transferred middle-level manager who was particularly interested in the company's financial situation. I sneered in my heart. Chen's parents were really cunning. They actually sent someone to sneak into my company and try to steal business secrets. Instead of exposing them right away, I started laying a trap. I deliberately revealed some confidential information to the intern, saying that our company was developing a revolutionary new energy technology. The intern took the bait and immediately spread the news. I accidentally revealed to that middle-level manager that the company had some difficulties with cash flow recently and was looking for investment. This news soon reached the Chen family's ears. I know that Chen's parents will not be able to hold back and will want to take advantage of the opportunity to do something. Sure enough, after a few days, Chen Wenxiang came to the door on his own initiative. "Son-in-law, I heard that your company is developing new technology recently. Do you want us to invest?" I sneered in my heart. This old fox really couldn't wait to find out the truth. I deliberately showed an embarrassed expression. "Father-in-law, to be honest, our company has indeed encountered some difficulties. However, this technology is still under development and the risks are very high." Chen Wenxiang immediately said, "It doesn't matter. Our Chen family has plenty of money. As long as you hand over the technology to us, funding will definitely not be a problem." I laughed in my heart. This old man really took the bait. I pretended to be hesitant and said, "Well, father-in-law, I'll think about it and give you an answer in 2 days." Chen Wenxiang nodded, with a smug smile on his face. "Okay, think about it carefully. Remember, our Chen family will always be your strongest backing." After Chen Wenxiang left, I sneered. This old fox really thought he had taken advantage. Little did he know that he was walking into my trap step by step. I immediately called together the core members of the company and began to plan the next step. Keep a close eye on that intern and the middle management. If they make any unusual moves, report to me immediately," I said coldly. Everyone nodded and started to act. I deliberately released some false news, such as the company's capital chain was broken, the new technology encountered a bottleneck, and all kinds of negative news kept coming out. I also had people secretly spread some seemingly plausible, inside information. It is said that our company is secretly developing a disruptive new energy technology, which will monopolize the entire market if successful. The news quickly spread throughout the business community. Chen's parents could no longer sit still. One night, Chen Jiaqi suddenly said to me, "Honey, my parents said they want to treat you to a meal." I sneered in my heart. Here they come, they finally can't hold back anymore. I pretended not to know and said with a smile, "Okay, I just want to get together with my parents-in-law as well." The next day, our family had a meal at a high-end restaurant. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Wenxiang finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "Son-in-law, I heard that your company has encountered some difficulties recently." I pretended to be surprised. "Father-in-law, how did you know?" Chen Wenxiang said with a smile, "Oh, this kind of thing can't be kept secret. Don't worry, our Chen family will not sit idly by." I sneered in my heart. This old fox really couldn't wait to take the bait. I deliberately showed an embarrassed expression. "Father-in-law, to be honest, our company has indeed encountered some troubles. However, this is only temporary." Chen Wenxiang immediately said, "It doesn't matter. Our Chen family has plenty of money. If you have any difficulties, just tell us and we will definitely support you with all our strength. I laughed in my heart. This old man really got fooled. I pretended to be hesitant and said, actually, our company is currently developing a new technology. If it succeeds, it will definitely be the leader in the new energy field. Chen Wenqiang and Liu Meiling's eyes lit up immediately. Really? That's great. Liu Meiling said excitedly. Chen Wenqiang also hurriedly said, son-in-law, don't worry. Our Chen family must invest in this technology. Just tell me how much money you need. I sneered in my heart. This pair of old foxes really can't wait to get a piece of the pie. I pretended to be embarrassed and said, I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money. And it's very risky. I'm afraid. Chen Wenqiang immediately made the decision, no problem. Our Chen family will invest 500 million. No, 1 billion. I laughed inwardly. This old man really took the bait. I pretended to be touched and said, thank you very much, father-in-law and mother-in-law. With your support, I will definitely be able to make this technology well. Chen Wenqiang and Liu Meiling looked very proud, as if they had already seen the huge profits in the future. I sneered in my heart. This pair of old foxes didn't even know they had walked into my trap. By the time they know the truth, it will probably be too late. Chapter 33, Lure the Enemy into a Trap. In the following days, I began to act according to the plan. I deliberately let some core personnel of the company contact the intern and middle-level management, revealing some specious confidentials. This news soon reached the Chen family, and they became more and more convinced that my company was developing a disruptive new technology. At the same time, I also began to frequently contact some companies on the verge of bankruptcy, and these news were naturally spread by those informants. Chen's parents couldn't hold back any longer. They started calling frequently to ask about investment matters. I deliberately delayed, saying that the technology was still being improved and we needed to wait a little longer. This hard-to-get attitude made Chen's parents more convinced of the value of this technology. They began to increase their stakes and expressed their willingness to invest more money. I sneered in my heart. This pair of old foxes really got fooled. Finally, a month later, I announced that the company's new technology had been completed. Chen's parents immediately came over excitedly and asked to sign an investment contract immediately. I pretended to be embarrassed and said, father and mother-in-law, actually, there is a better investment opportunity. Chen Wenqiang immediately asked, what opportunity? I lowered my voice and said, there is a new energy company on the verge of bankruptcy, and they have a very advanced technology. If we acquire them and combine them with our technology, we will definitely be able to monopolize the entire market. Chen Wenqiang and Liu Meiling's eyes lit up immediately. They looked at each other, as if they had seen the huge profits in the future. Chen Wenqiang immediately asked, what exactly is this opportunity? Why have you never mentioned it before? There was a hint of urgency in his tone, as if he was afraid that this piece of fat meat would be snatched away by someone else. Liu Meiling also nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of joy. This couple must have already calculated the profits of this project over and over again in their minds. I lowered my voice and said mysteriously, the reason this company is on the verge of bankruptcy is because their technology is too advanced. The market has not yet fully accepted it, so it has not been commercialized on a large scale. But if we can acquire them, combined with our own technological advantages. I didn't finish my speech, but Chen Wenqiang and Liu Meiling already understood exactly what I meant. They looked at each other and the smiles on their faces grew wider and wider. Chen Wenqiang patted my shoulder excitedly and said, good son-in-law. You have a good eye. You found such a good opportunity. Liu Meiling also echoed, yes, yes. I said our son-in-law is a talent. With him, the future of our Chen family is limitless. Looking at their smug looks, I sneered in my heart. Do these two old guys really think of themselves as big guys who are rich enough to rival a country? Little did they know that they were about to fall into the trap I carefully designed and lose all their money. I pretended to be modest and said, thank you, father-in-law and mother-in-law. This is what I should do. But I changed the subject and my tone suddenly became a little embarrassed. Chen Wenqiang immediately asked nervously, what's wrong? Is there any other problem? I sighed and said with a sad face, although this project has unlimited prospects, it is also risky. We need to invest a lot of money, and we may not see a return in the short term. I'm worried that any rash actions will affect the normal operation of the company. After all, we don't have much money on hand. Before I finished speaking, Chen Wenxiang waved his hand impatiently. What is there to worry about? Don't worry about the money. Our Chen family is not at the end of its rope yet. Besides, with such a good project, it will be easy for me to talk to the bank. It will be easy to get a loan, right? Liu Meiling also smiled and said, son-in-law, don't worry about it. You still have to invest what you should invest. Be bold. I nodded timidly, with a look of gratitude on my face. I feel relieved to have such support from my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will prepare for the acquisition and try to complete the handover as soon as possible. Chen Wenxiang nodded with satisfaction. It's settled. If you need any help, just let us know. We will fully support you. I laughed inwardly, but thanked him very humbly on the surface. In this way, I deceived the Chen family and invested almost all of their funds in that company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. And the so-called black technology was just a smokescreen that I arranged for people to release in advance. As expected, just 1 month later, the company went bankrupt, and the Chen family's investment was all wasted. I was in a meeting at the company when I heard the news. The assistant knocked on the door and came in, carefully reporting the bad news. I looked calm and said lightly, I understand, and asked the assistant to leave. Only after the assistant left did I allow myself a smug sneer. See, I told them a long time ago that this project was very risky. It was they who refused to listen and insisted on voting. Now that they have lost all their money, who can they blame? I can't wait to see what expression that old face will have after Chen Wenxiang and Liu Meiling know the truth. I suppressed my inner joy, deliberately put on a sad face, and drove to Chen's house. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Wenxiang and Liu Meiling sitting on the sofa with sullen faces. Chen Jiaqi stood aside, looking somewhat uneasy. I sneered secretly, but showed a concerned expression on my face, and quickly stepped forward to ask, Dad, Mom, what's going on? What happened? Chen Wenxiang glared at me viciously and trembled with anger. What else could go wrong? That project is ruined. All the money we invested is gone. Liu Meiling's eyes were red as well, and she choked up and said, Son-in-law, what should I do? That's almost all of our Chen family's assets. Without this money, all our efforts over the years would be wasted. I calmly sat down opposite them and sighed. Dad, Mom, don't worry. There is always a way out. We can always find a way. Chen Wenxiang was so angry that he glared, what else can we do? We have lost all our money and the company is going to fail. Now Caiyue has become a laughingstock. I pretended to be calm and comforted him, Dad, there may be a chance for things to turn around. I will definitely find a way to make a comeback. Don't blame yourselves too much, I am also responsible for this matter. It was my fault for not considering it carefully and failing to control the risks. My words seemed to make Chen Wenxiang and Liu Meiling stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that in this situation, I didn't shirk my responsibility, but instead comforted them. For a moment, the anger on their faces actually eased a little. I sneered secretly and continued to pretend to be sad. Dad, Mom, I promise you that I will find a way to recover the loss as soon as possible. During this period of time, I will work even harder and will never let the Chen family fall. If I am careless or negligent in the slightest, I am not a human being. Chapter 34, Hypocrisy. Chen Wenxiang and Liu Meiling looked at each other with complicated expressions. They didn't seem to expect that I would take this matter so seriously. After all, it was I who proposed this project, and if I made a few excuses, they would have no chance to say anything. But instead of shirking responsibility, I acted so responsible that they didn't know how to react for a moment. Chen Wenxiang coughed stiffly twice, and his tone softened a lot. Well, Xie Yuan, this is not entirely your fault. You are also doing this for the good of the company. We all understand. Liu Meiling also echoed, yes, son, don't blame yourself too much. We all have our own responsibilities in this matter, and we can't let you shoulder it all alone. Just as the atmosphere was easing, Chen Jiaqi suddenly interrupted and said, Mom, you can't blame Ji Yuan for this. He wanted to do his best for the Chen family, but he didn't expect this result. Hearing their daughter speaking for their son-in-law, the expressions on Chen Wenxiang and Liu Meiling's faces eased a lot, and they even looked a little relieved. It seems that the image of a good son-in-law that I have repeatedly portrayed has finally come in handy. I sneered secretly, still maintaining a look of deep shock on my face, and kept apologizing to my two parents-in-law. They were moved by my sincerity and had completely lost the anger they had when they first heard the bad news. They even began to comfort me. Xiao Yuan, everyone is responsible for this. Don't take it too seriously. Just think of a way to make amends. Don't you have some savings here, Mom? If it's not enough, you can borrow some from relatives and friends. Anyway, don't push yourself too hard. I nodded repeatedly and said with a touched face, Dad, Mom, I really appreciate your understanding. I will definitely work harder and live up to your expectations. My performance completely moved Chen Wenqiang and Liu Meiling. Although, the project that caused such huge losses was proposed by me. But my performance afterwards left them with nothing to complain about. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether I was sincere or just pretending. I was secretly pleased with myself. This self-torture trick was played out so vividly. This couple are typical snobs. Seeing how loyal I am, they probably regard me as the Chen family's lifeline, right? Sure enough, before leaving, Liu Meiling specifically asked Chen Jiaqi to take good care of me and not to let me get too tired. Chen Wenqiang patted me on the shoulder and told me to come to them anytime if I had any difficulties. I laughed secretly in my heart, but my face was still full of gratitude. It was not until he walked out of the Chen family's gate that he finally took off his disguise and a victorious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let you experience the feeling of losing all your money, and let you experience the despair and helplessness I once felt. All this is just the beginning. Next, I plunged into my intense work again, not because I really wanted to help the Chen family overcome their difficulties, but to further consolidate my position as a good son-in-law in their minds. Only if I gain their trust can my subsequent plans proceed smoothly. And now, I need a way out. So, I started pretending to help the Chen family with their plight. He applied for a loan from the bank, looked for new investment opportunities, and even took out his family savings. Of course, all this was just superficial work. I had informed the bank in advance and only lent a small portion to the Chen family. As for the so-called investment opportunities, they are naturally small projects that are not very important. But this was enough to make Chen Wenqiang and others look at me with admiration. In their eyes, I am the savior of the Chen family and the most trustworthy and reliable son-in-law. My efforts obviously touched Chen Jiaqi. She began to become more considerate and always centered around me. But, in my opinion, all this is too hypocritical. She is just thinking about her future. After all, if the Chen family really fell into decline, her life as a daughter would not be easy. He is being so attentive to me now just to make me work harder for the Chen family. Thinking of this, I sneered in my heart again. Poor woman, do you think you can impress me like this? I have never forgotten the harm you have done to me. Now I am just acting. Wait and see what happens to you in the end. It was such a great feeling to play with my enemies at my fingertips. I finally got back on track and took revenge on the old foxes. However, my troubles were not over yet. Chen Jiaqi's morning sickness became more severe and she kept pestering me to take care of her all day. Jiu Yuan, I feel so uncomfortable. Chen Jiaqi lay on the bed with a pale face. I was very upset, but I had to pretend to be concerned on my face. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Chen Jiaqi frowned and said, I just feel nauseous and can't eat anything. I suppressed my impatience and said, then I'll go buy you some light porridge. Chen Jiaqi grabbed my hand and refused to let go. Don't go. Can you stay with me? I cursed in my heart, why is this woman so annoying? But thinking that the baby in her belly is related to my plan, I have to be patient and stay with her. Okay, I'll stay with you. I forced a smile. Chen Jiaqi leaned in my arms with satisfaction, but I felt sick. This woman hurt me so much before, but now she is so clingy. I resisted the urge to push her away and thought about how to get rid of this trouble. Chen Jiaqi's morning sickness became more and more severe, and she needed me to stay by her side almost every day. I felt like I was going crazy. Can you take a few days off and stay at home with me? Chen Jiaqi looked at me pitifully. I was unwilling in my heart, but I couldn't show it. I forced a smile and said, the company is very busy recently, I'm afraid I can't take a leave. Chen Jiaqi's expression changed instantly. Do you dislike me? I cursed in my heart, why is this woman so troublesome? But thinking of the child in my belly, I had to swallow my anger. How could that be? Isn't this for our future? I suppressed my impatience and explained patiently. Chen Jiaqi barely calmed down, but still looked aggrieved. Then you have to come back to see me often. I nodded, but I was thinking about how to get rid of this trouble. Finally, I had an idea and thought of a good idea. I'll hire a professional caregiver for you. She can take care of you 24 hours a day, which is better than me staying with you at home, I said with pretended concern. Chen Jiaqi was unyielding. I don't want a nurse, I just want you to accompany me. I cursed in my heart, why is this woman so stubborn? But I couldn't show it, so I could only continue to persuade her patiently. Nurses are more professional. They know how to take care of pregnant women. Although I want to accompany you, I don't understand these things. I persuaded her patiently. Chen Jiaqi still refused to compromise. Then just learn. I want you to accompany me. Chapter 35, Disgraceful. I sighed helplessly and could only continue to persuade her patiently. Jiaqi, you have to understand my difficulties. There are too many things going on in the company recently, and I can't spare the time. How about this? I'll hire the best nurse for you, and she can stay by your side 24 hours a day. And I'll try to go home to see you as early as possible, okay? Chen Jiaqi still looked unhappy, but seemed to realize my predicament and finally nodded reluctantly. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called the Human Resources Department, asking them to find a few experienced caregivers as soon as possible. Ji Yuan sighed, turned around, and coaxed Chen Jiaqi in a gentle tone, "Don't be willful, Jiaqi, I'm really busy, and the company needs me now. I promise to come back to see you often and bring you your favorite food, okay?" I held her hand and tried to make my voice sound soft and sincere, as if I really cared about her. Chen Jiaqi still looked unhappy, pouting and muttering softly, "Then you must do what you say, and don't lie to me." Seeing her aggrieved look, I just felt annoyed. This woman is so troublesome. She always pesters me and wants me to be with her all the time. But now she is pregnant with my child, I have to coax her and not show any impatience. I secretly thought in my mind that I had to think of a way to get rid of this annoying person, otherwise I would be driven to collapse by her sooner or later. The next morning, I pretended to go to a meeting at the company, ate breakfast in a hurry and went out. In fact, there was no meeting to be held. I just couldn't stand Chen Jiaqi's clingy look and wanted to stay away from her. I wandered around outside all morning and didn't get home until almost noon. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Chen Jiaqi staring at me with resentment, as if she wanted to swallow me. "Where have you been? Didn't you say you would accompany me today?" she asked. I quickly put on an apologetic expression and said, "I have an important meeting and I really can't leave. I promise I won't do this again." I said this while patting her back gently to comfort her. Chen Jiaqi snorted, but didn't say anything else. She just lay on my chest angrily. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly proud. As long as I coaxed her, she would not pursue the matter any further. In the following days, I used the excuse that the company was busy and tried to reduce the time I spent at home. Even if I had to go back, I would always get home very late. Although Chen Jiaqi had a nurse to take care of her day and night, she still expressed strong dissatisfaction with my neglect. However, due to her physical disability, she could not do anything about it. I turned a deaf ear to her complaints and focused on the company's affairs. I wished I could spend all my time outside so as not to have to face her nagging when I got home. For 2 or 3 weeks in a row, I took some time out from my busy schedule and went home a few times. The rest of the time, I was either busy at the company until the whole night or stayed out using the excuse of social engagements. Chen Jiaqi was very dissatisfied with my neglect and was so angry that she jumped up and down, but there was nothing she could do. With the careful care of professional nurses, she couldn't say anything. She can only call me occasionally to act coquettishly and complain to me, but there is nothing I can do other than that. After a while, my life finally became a lot quieter. Although I still have to deal with Chen Jiaqi's unreasonable behavior, at least I don't have to be bothered by her all day long, and my mood is much better. I hired a nurse for her for the sake of our child, but I never thought about fulfilling my responsibilities as a husband. To me, this woman is nothing more than a necessary accessory that can be discarded at any time once she loses her usefulness. Now she is pregnant with my child, and due to family constraints, I have to tolerate her presence, but I will never be hypocritical and attentive to her to meet her unreasonable demands. I've had enough of her previous reckless behavior, and now I just want to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible and regain my freedom. Just when I was having a headache about how to deal with Chen Jiaqi's entanglement, an unexpected phone call suddenly gave me hope. It was a sunny Sunday morning and I was wandering aimlessly on the street, trying to shake off the gloom in my heart. Suddenly, my cell phone rang. It was my longtime friend Zhang Pengkai calling. "Old Jiu, I have great news to tell you." Zhang Pengkai's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. I became interested as soon as I heard it. "What good news? Tell me about it." "I just got a great investment opportunity. It's definitely a $1 in a million project. As long as you can come up with $5 million in startup capital, I guarantee that your investment will increase tenfold within half a year." When I heard Zhang Pengkai's words, my heart trembled violently. $5 million is not a small sum. With my current financial resources, I really can't come up with so much cash at the moment. But Zhang Pengkai's words moved me deeply. You know, he is a well-known investment expert in the industry and has never made a mistake. The projects he recommends are basically good businesses that are sure to make profits. If you can really increase your funds tenfold in a short period of time, that would be a huge windfall. Thinking of this, my heart couldn't help but start beating wildly. This opportunity was undoubtedly a great opportunity given to me by God. I was wondering where the 5 million yuan would come from. The Chen family's capital chain has just been broken and they are in a difficult situation. I didn't have that much spare money, so after much thought, I decided to go find Jiu Cheng and try my luck. Although I knew there was little hope, I still held onto a glimmer of hope and mustered up the courage to go to Jiu Cheng's office. "Dad, I have something to discuss with you." I spoke carefully. Jiu Cheng didn't even raise his head, and continued to bury himself in the pile of documents. "What's the matter? Tell me." I took a deep breath and told Zhang Pengkai everything about the investment opportunities. "So I want to borrow 5 million yuan as startup capital, and I promise to pay you back tenfold within 6 months. After saying that, I stared at Jiu Cheng's face nervously, hoping to see any sign of relaxation. However, Jiu Cheng just sneered and looked up at me. "Do you think the company is an ATM? You can take as much as you want. The company is having trouble with capital turnover right now, so where would we get the spare money for you to invest? Besides, even if the company has money, why should we take this risk for you? What if we lose money?" Jiu Cheng's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over my head, making me sober up instantly. Yeah, how could I be so naive to think that he would lend me money? In his eyes, I'm probably not even a qualified successor, so how could he trust me to invest? I suppressed my disappointment and anger and managed a smile. "Dad, you are right. I didn't think it through." Jiu Cheng waved his hand. "Okay, you go out first. I have something else to do." I nodded, turned and left the office. Chapter 36, Drive Me Away. After walking out of the GU Group building, I stood on the side of the road, feeling completely drained. 5 million yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Jiu Cheng. But he would rather watch this opportunity slip away than trust me once. Is this what they call a father-son relationship? I shook my head with a wry smile and decided to give it a try and go to Chen's house to try my luck. When I arrived at the Chen family villa, I was about to ring the doorbell when I saw Chen Wenxiang about to go out. "Father-in-law." I hurried forward to greet him. When Chen Wenxiang saw me, he showed a hint of impatience on his face. "What's the matter?" I gritted my teeth and repeated the investment opportunity. After hearing this, Chen Wenxiang's expression became even uglier. "Are you kidding?" he said coldly. "The Chen family is struggling right now. Where would they get the spare money to invest in you? Besides, even if we have money, why should we lend it to you? What qualifications do you have to ask us for money?" Chen Wenxiang's words were like a knife, stabbing into my heart. Yes, who am I? Just an unlucky son-in-law. In their eyes, I am not even qualified to borrow money. I suppressed the humiliation in my heart and forced a smile. Father-in-law is right, I didn't think it through. Chen Wenxiang snorted coldly and walked away without looking back. I stood there, feeling completely devastated. Just then, Chen Jiaqi walked out of the house. "Jiu Yuan, why are you here?" she asked with a smile. When I saw Chen Jiaqi, I suddenly thought of the last straw. "Jiaqi, I have something to discuss with you." I forced a smile. After listening to my story, Chen Jiaqi showed a sympathetic expression on her face. "Jiu Yuan, I know how you feel," she said softly, "but 5 million is too much. I don't have that much money on hand. My heart sank to the bottom. It seems like I'm really going to miss this opportunity this time. Just as I was about to leave, Chen Jiaqi suddenly said, "But I have 500,000 yuan here, you can use it to make some money first." I was stunned. I didn't expect that Chen Jiaqi would be willing to lend me money. Although it is only 500,000, which is far from enough, it is finally a start. I looked at Chen Jiaqi gratefully. "Thank you, Jiaqi. I will definitely pay it back as soon as possible." Chen Jiaqi smiled and said, "Why are we still talking about this? Just take it and use it." Looking at Chen Jiaqi's smug look, I felt mixed emotions. Although the 500,000 yuan solved the immediate problem, it was more like arms to me. Gu Yuan, a tall and strong man, have fallen to the point where I have to rely on my wife's charity to maintain my dignity. This feeling is even more difficult for me to accept than Chen Wenqiang's sarcasm. I suppressed the humiliation in my heart and took the check handed to me by Chen Jiaqi. "Thank you," I whispered, turned and left Chen's house. Walking on the way home, I felt like a beggar being given alms. Not only did the 500,000 yuan fail to solve my predicament, but it also caused great damage to my self-esteem. I was unwilling to give up the investment opportunity, but reality ruthlessly shattered my fantasy. 5 million yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Jiu Cheng and Chen Wenqiang. But they would rather watch this opportunity slip away than trust me once. And Chen Jiaqi's 500,000 yuan was more like a kind of pity to me. What exactly do Jiu Yuan, mean in this family? A pawn being used? An insignificant accessory? Or a poor creature who only deserves charity? Thinking of this, the anger in my heart grew stronger. I swear, one day I will make them pay for what they did today. I want to let them know that Jiu Yuan, am not a lamb to be slaughtered. I want them to understand that what they do today will eventually become the decision they regret the most. I returned home with a heart full of anger and resentment. When I opened the door, the cold air hit me in the face, as if mocking my incompetence. I fell heavily onto the sofa, covering my face with my hands, feeling as if my whole body had been drained away. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Jiaqi pulling me to the sofa with an expectant smile on her face. "Come and see what I bought for the baby." I suppressed my irritation and forced a smile. "Well, let's watch it later. I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, I quickly walked into the bathroom, closed the door, leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. The hot water washed over the body, but it could not wash away the humiliation and unwillingness in my heart. I clenched my fists, digging my nails into my palms. No, I can't just accept my fate like this. I must find an opportunity to turn things around and make those who look down on me pay the price. After taking a shower, Chen Jiaqi was still chattering about the baby. I dealt with it absent-mindedly, but my mind was constantly thinking about how to raise the 5 million. I had no choice but to shamelessly start borrowing money from relatives and friends. But what I didn't expect was that when they found out that I was borrowing money for investment, they all said they could not help me. "Mr. Jiu, investing is too risky. What if I lose money? I can't bear the responsibility." "Jiu Yuan, you are not a good friend, are you? You didn't tell me earlier about such a good investment opportunity. Now you want me to lend you money, but how can I have so much spare money?" Listening to these high-sounding excuses, my heart sank little by little. It turned out that in the face of interests, the so-called family and friendship were just a mask, and no one was willing to take risks for me. As the time given by Zhang Pengkai passed day by day, I still couldn't raise the 5 million. My mood became lower and lower, and I was about to collapse. That night, I was drinking alone in my study, trying to numb myself with alcohol. Chen Jiaqi came in at some point and frowned when she saw the wine bottles all over the floor. "Why are you drinking again? Haven't you settled the investment issue yet?" I glared at her unhappily and said, "Don't worry about this. I know what I am doing." Chen Jiaqi sighed and sat down next to me. "Actually, seeing you so depressed, I feel bad too. After all, you are working hard for our future." I sneered, "Really? Why don't I remember you caring about me so much?" Chen Jiaqi lowered her head with some guilt. "I was wrong before, always opposing you. Actually, I admire you in my heart. You have sacrificed so much for the future of our two families. I was ignorant before and always added fuel to the fire when you were in the most difficult time. Listening to Chen Jiaqi's rare outpouring of true feelings, my heart was also touched. Yes, although our marriage was full of calculations of interests from the beginning, we have experienced so much together over the years. Chen Jiaqi seemed to see what I was thinking and said softly, Jiu Yuan, I believe you will be able to make a comeback. Until then, I will continue to support you as always. I looked at her sincere eyes and felt mixed emotions. Chapter 37, Secret Planning. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Pengkai calling. Mr. Jiu, I have great news. Zhang Pengkai's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. My heart moved, and I quickly went to the balcony to answer the call. What's the good news? Tell me quickly. I just received a call from a client who has taken a fancy to one of your projects and is willing to invest 100 million yuan at once. I was stunned and didn't react for a moment. What project? 100 million. It's their unfinished building that caused the Chen family to go bankrupt. Zhang Pengkai said excitedly, the client thinks this project has potential and wants to take over the whole thing. My eyes lit up and my heart started pounding. This was truly a godsend. As long as I can convince that client, the 100 million will be mine. I took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in my heart. Okay, I understand. You can arrange a meeting with the client first, and I will go and talk to him in person. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the neon lights in the distance with a sneer on my face. The opportunity has finally come. The next morning, I rushed to the place where Zhang Pengkai had agreed to meet. The client was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie, and his manners and conversation showed a shrewd demeanor. Mr. Jiu, I've long heard of your name. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile. I shook his hand, exchanged a few pleasantries, and quickly got down to business. Mr. Li, what do you like about our project? Li Haifeng smiled and said, Mr. Jiu, we are all businessmen, so let's get straight to the point. Although this project is now unfinished, it is located in a good location and has complete surrounding supporting facilities. As long as it is replanned, it can be turned into a high-end community. I believe this is definitely a good project that can make a lot of money. I nodded, but was secretly calculating in my heart. This project does have potential, but it also carries a number of risks. If I can sell it, I can not only raise 5 million to invest in Zhang Pengkai's project, but also make a lot of money. Thinking of this, I decided to give it a try first. Mr. Li is right. This project does have great potential. I said with a smile, but, as you know, the real estate market is not very prosperous now. Li Haifeng waved his hand and interrupted me. Mr. Jiu, I understand what you mean. How about this? I'll pay 100 million and take over the entire project. What do you think? I was delighted in my heart, but I remained calm on the surface. 100 million is indeed a good price. However, as you know, this project involves many aspects. Li Haifeng smiled and said, Mr. Jiu, I know what you are worried about. In this way, I will add another 50 million as your hard work fee. How about it? I was ecstatic in my heart, but on the surface I still looked embarrassed. Mr. Li, I am touched by your sincerity. However, this project belongs to the company after all, so I need to discuss it with the higher-ups. Li Haifeng nodded, of course, I understand. Then please give me an answer as soon as possible, Mr. Jiu. I breathed a sigh of relief as I left the restaurant. If I can get 100 million plus 50 million, I will be one step closer to turning things around. However, things may not be that simple. If Jiu Cheng, the old fox, knew about this, he would definitely not let go of this piece of fat meat easily. I had to come up with a foolproof plan. I began to frequently go in and out of the company to sort out various documents. On the surface, I was preparing the project for sale. In fact, I was looking for an opportunity to secretly copy down some key information. These materials may become my amulet in the future. Sure enough, a few days later, Jiu Cheng called me to his office. Xiao Yuan, I heard that you are busy with that unfinished building project recently. He asked with a smile, but his eyes were wary. My heart tightened, but on the surface I pretended to be calm. Yes, a client is interested in this project, and I am sorting out the information. Jiu Cheng nodded, was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Xiao Yuan, you must remember that no matter what you do, you must put the interests of the company first. Don't do anything that would let the company down just for the sake of a moment's gain. Do you understand? I was startled, knowing that Ji Cheng was warning me. It seemed that he had noticed something. I nodded quickly. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely put the interests of the company first. Only then did Ji Cheng smile with satisfaction and waved his hand to indicate that I could leave. Walking out of the office, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that things are more complicated than I thought. Ji Cheng, the old fox, has probably begun to be wary of me. I have to be more careful. I found that there are many new faces in the company. They look like ordinary employees, but in fact they always follow me vaguely. I sneered in my heart. It seemed that Ji Cheng had sent someone to monitor me. This means I have to temporarily put some of my plans on hold, but I'm not discouraged. Since Ji Cheng wants to play, I will play with him. I began to intentionally or unintentionally reveal some false information to those who were monitoring me. Some project encountered difficulties, the customer asked for a price reduction, and all kinds of negative news kept coming out. At the same time, I also asked Zhang Pengkai to help cover. He came to the company to see me from time to time, and we discussed things in a mysterious way. In fact, we are talking about something very important, but to outsiders, it seems like we are talking about something insignificant. I believe that this news will soon reach Ji Cheng's ears. Sure enough, a few days later, Ji Cheng called me to his office again. Xie Yuan, I heard that the project encountered some troubles, he asked with a frown. I nodded with difficulty. Yes, the customer thinks the price is too high and wants us to lower it. I'm trying to figure it out. Ji Cheng frowned even more tightly. That won't do. This project is of great importance, and we absolutely cannot sell it at a loss. Talk to me again. If it doesn't work, forget it. I nodded quickly but sneered in my heart. Ji Cheng, this old fox, was really fooled. The more he prevented me from selling the project, the more opportunities one had to operate in secret. After leaving the office, I sent a message to Zhang Pengkai. The plan is going well and we are continuing to follow the original plan. Zhang Pengkai quickly replied, I understand. I'm almost ready too. I sneered. Ji Cheng, you think you are very smart, but you have fallen into my trap. After leaving the company, I immediately contacted Li Haifeng and asked him to meet in a hidden cafe. Mr. Li, are you still interested in that project? I asked straight to the point. Li Haifeng smiled slightly. Of course, but I heard that you have encountered some troubles recently. I sighed awkwardly. Yes, the company is not willing to sell it. But I lowered my voice and moved closer to Li Haifeng. I have a better idea. Chapter 38, Taking over the position of president. Li Haifeng's eyes lit up. Oh? Tell me about it. I looked around to make sure no one noticed us, then I slowly said, although the land where the project is located is good, there is still a lot of undeveloped land around it. If we can buy these plots of land together, there will be greater room for appreciation in the future. Li Haifeng nodded thoughtfully. What do you mean? I put on a mysterious smile and said, we can first purchase the surrounding plots of land at a low price, and then develop them together. This will not only reduce costs, but also make the entire project bigger and stronger. Li Haifeng's eyes lit up instantly. Good idea. However, this requires a lot of funds. I said confidently, don't worry about the funding. I have already made arrangements. As long as you can cooperate with me, I promise to make this project a big deal that will shock the entire real estate industry. Li Haifeng slapped the table excitedly. Okay. I'll do as you say. However, this matter must be kept secret. If other people knew about it, it might cause trouble. I nodded. Don't worry, I will take care of everything. Leaving the cafe, I was secretly thinking, if this plan succeeds, not only can I make a lot of money, but I can also completely get rid of Ji Cheng's control. I immediately contacted several trustworthy real estate agents and asked them to quietly acquire surrounding plots of land under various names. In order to avoid being noticed, I also specially arranged several shell companies as cover. Just like that, within just 1 week, I acquired a large piece of land at a very low price. These plots of land are scattered and seemingly worthless. But only I know that after the overall planning in the future, they will become the finishing touch of the entire project. Just when I was secretly feeling proud of myself, an unexpected news came. Mr. Jiu, something bad has happened. My confidant Chang Liang ran into the office in a panic. "What's wrong?" I asked, frowning. Chang Liang lowered his voice and said, "I just got the news that the Chen family seems to be secretly acquiring land in that area." I was shocked, but I remained calm. "Oh? What did they know?" Chang Liang shook his head. "I don't know, but they are very active and have bought a lot of land." I sneered. "Oh, it seems someone leaked the news." Chang Liang asked nervously, "What should we do? Should we stop the acquisition?" I hesitated for a moment, and suddenly my eyes lit up. "No, continue to buy." "But..." I lowered my voice and whispered a few words into Chang Liang's ear. After hearing this, Chang Liang's eyes widened. "Boss Gu, this move of yours is too cruel, isn't it?" I smiled coldly. "Business is like a battlefield. How can you succeed without being ruthless? Go ahead and do as I say." Chang Liang took the order and left, and I began to plan the next step. Since the Chen family has also set their eyes on this piece of fat meat, let them have a taste of being schemed against. I first released the news that a large commercial center might be built in that area. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation. Capital from all walks of life poured in and began to frantically buy up land. Seeing this, the Chen family increased their acquisition efforts. Suddenly, this dilapidated suburb became a battlefield for all parties to compete. The land price skyrocketed overnight, and no one was willing to give in. They obviously thought they had the upper hand, but they didn't know they had fallen into my trap. At the same time, I secretly contacted several old friends in the Municipal Planning Bureau. Through them, I quietly changed the planning plan for that area. The area originally designated as commercial land was changed to residential land, and the residential land was turned into a green belt. This change may seem insignificant, but it actually has far-reaching consequences. Once the new plan is announced, the value of the land purchased by the Chen family will shrink instantly. However, those seemingly scattered plots of land that I have already planned will become the essence of the entire project. I deliberately spread the word that the project was facing various difficulties and the client was asking for a substantial price reduction. When Jiu Cheng heard this, he certainly couldn't sit still. Just when all the forces were in chaos, I secretly arranged for Zhang Pengkai to find Jiu Cheng and tell him that the Chen family was behind the scenes and wanted to snatch the project away. He also sent someone to tell Chen Wenqiang that it was Jiu Cheng who was secretly making trouble and did not want the project to succeed. Killing two birds with one stone. The Jiu and Chen families immediately became suspicious and their relationship reached freezing point. They no longer cared about competing with me for territory. I was like an invisible operator, carefully choreographing this drama behind the scenes. It was ridiculous to see them fighting for a little bit of profit. In just 2 months, I have already acquired all the plots of land. If I were to sell this project now, I would probably have to pay several times the price. I made an appointment to meet Li Haifeng, and there was a hint of arrogance in my words. "Mr. Li, I have thought this project through. In addition to the original 100 million, I also want 40% of the shares of all the land plots." Li Haifeng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Boss Gu is really bold. I accept this condition. But, can it be cheaper?" I smiled coldly. "Mr. Li, this is already my lowest price. If it's any cheaper, I would rather develop it myself." Seeing my determined look, Li Haifeng knew I was not bluffing, so he nodded in agreement. In the end, it was sold at a sky-high price of 180 million, far exceeding expectations. I was secretly proud of myself. The unfinished building that was a hot potato a few months ago increased in value by dozens of times in my hands. Now we can give those two self-righteous old guys a good beating. Let us see if they dare to look down on me. The successful acquisition of this high-priced project shocked the entire business community in an instant. Those who once looked down on him now began to actively curry favor with him. Many real estate tycoons made special trips to visit him, hoping to learn a few secrets from this upstart. What's worse, some people even openly or secretly proposed to invest in the cooperation and get a share of the pie. Faced with this sudden attention and praise, I am very sober. These people just come here because they admire my reputation and want to take advantage of me. I humbly give all the credit to Zhang Pengkai and Li Haifeng. This project was successful thanks to the great help of Brother Pengkai. If it weren't for Mr. Li's keen eye, we wouldn't have had such a good result. Zhang Pengkai laughed loudly. Ji Yuan, don't be so modest. If it weren't for you, how could we be here today? Li Haifeng also nodded repeatedly. That's right, Mr. Gu's vision and courage are beyond our reach. The three of them were talking to each other, praising each other and having a great time. This scene reminded me of how I used to be timid in front of Ji Yucheng, and I couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Once upon a time, I was that good-for-nothing son-in-law who was looked down upon by others. Now he has become a new elite in the business world and is sought after by people. This huge contrast gave me an indescribable pleasure in my heart. Chapter 39 Wolf Ambitions. I knew that I had finally taken the first step towards a turnaround. However, I was not overwhelmed by the glory before me. I know very well that this is just the beginning. I still have a long way to go if I want to truly control my own destiny. In the following days, I began to frequently attend various business occasions. Those big guys who used to ignore me now take the initiative to approach me and talk to me. Mr. Jiu, I've heard a lot about you. I heard that you have a new project recently. Is there any chance for cooperation? In the face of such flattery, I always respond with a humble smile, no, it's just luck. Let's talk about cooperation later. I'm still learning now. This kind of playing hard to get attitude only makes those people flock to it even more. I know that my position in the business world is no longer what it used to be. However, just when I was feeling high on energy and pride, Ji Yucheng poured a bucket of cold water on me. Xiao Yuan, although this project was successful, you still need to be cautious. He frowned and said, business is like a battlefield. One wrong step can lead to a bottomless abyss. You are still young and inexperienced, and you need to consider many things. I felt unhappy inside, but I remained calm on the surface. Dad, you're right. I will be more careful. Ji Yucheng nodded and said, by the way, I plan to send someone to take over the follow-up development of that project. Just focus on managing your branch. I knew in my heart that he was warning me in disguise not to let me take all the power. After all, I was able to build such a big business under his nose, which inevitably made him feel a little bit uncomfortable. I suppressed my anger and said with a smile, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely manage the branch well. Only then did Ji Yucheng nod with satisfaction and waved his hand to indicate that I could leave. I walked out of the office, furious. This old man still refused to give up his power. Will I always be that good-for-nothing son in his eyes? I sneered, and I had already made up my mind. Since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Once this thought came into my mind, it would not go away, like a poisonous thorn that pierced deep into my heart. Ji Yucheng's words reminded me once again that no matter how hard I try, in his eyes, I will always be that incompetent son, the chess piece that needs to be supervised and controlled. He didn't believe at all that I was capable of taking charge, let alone giving me the opportunity to independently control the company. I stood outside the company building, looking at the endless stream of vehicles, with a raging anger burning in my heart. I am unwilling to accept this. I don't want to be suppressed by him forever. I want to prove to him that I, Ji Yuan, am not the good-for-nothing waste he imagines me to be. I have my own abilities and ambitions. I want to create a career of my own and impress everyone. Dark thoughts gradually took shape in my mind, and I decided that it was time to change the status quo. After returning to the branch, I began to make secret plans and implement my plan step by step. I knew that if I wanted to grow bigger and stronger under Ji Yucheng's supervision, I must first build a team of my own. I began to carry out drastic reforms within the company, reorganizing management, re-employing trusted people, and establishing my own power. I let Chang Liang take full responsibility for the daily operations of the company. He is my most trusted assistant and my confidant for many years. With him around, I can focus on planning bigger plans. In addition, I have promoted several young people of outstanding ability and loyalty to important positions. These people were carefully selected and cultivated by me. They are talented and loyal to me. I need a group of loyal fans like this to help me build my empire and expand my influence. The reform began to show results, and I soon took control of the entire company and it became my direct force. With this foundation, I started to develop business externally. But I knew that under Ji Yucheng's surveillance, my every move would not escape his eyes. I must find a way to hide it from the world and quietly grow stronger without alerting him. I found my good friend Zhang Pengkai and told him about my situation and ambitions. Zhang Pengkai is a shrewd and capable businessman and my most trusted partner in the business world. He understands my situation and supports my ideals. We had a secret meeting in his private club, discussing how to grow and develop under Jiu Cheng's nose. Old Jiu, I completely understand your idea. With your talent, you can definitely make a name for yourself. Zhang Pengkai pondered as he drank high-end red wine. But you also know that your father is watching you very closely. It's not easy to do anything under his nose. I nodded, a sneer on my face. That's why I came to you. You have a wide network of contacts in the business world and are well informed. I'm sure you can help me conceal the truth, right? Zhang Pengkai's eyes rolled and he suddenly came over mysteriously. Old Jiu, I heard some news recently that I can help you. I perked up and asked quickly, what's the news? Tell me quickly. Zhang Pengkai looked around and said in a low voice, I heard that a technology company on the verge of bankruptcy is looking for acquisitions everywhere. Although the company is in a difficult situation, it has a very promising new technology, but it has only come to this point because of a lack of financial support. My heart skipped a beat and I instantly understood what Zhang Pengkai meant. You mean, we can take advantage of the opportunity to buy this company at a low price and get that technology? Zhang Pengkai nodded meaningfully, yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With that technology, plus the funds accumulated from your previous projects, wouldn't it be easy for you to grow and expand? My heart started pounding, and it seemed as if a smooth road to success appeared before my eyes. Not only can I obtain advanced technology at a low price, but I can also bypass Jiu Cheng's surveillance and make great strides in the name of the new company. By then, I will be able to soar to the sky, completely break free from Jiu Cheng's control, and achieve great things. Thinking of this, I couldn't contain my inner joy and excitedly held Zhang Pengkai's hand. Lao Zhang, this information is so important. I will never forget your kindness. Zhang Pengkai laughed loudly and raised his wine glass heroically. Don't be polite to me, buddy. Let's drink this cup and plan this big deal. The clash of wine glasses made a crisp sound, and my heart was also excited. At this moment, I made up my mind to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to build a new business empire and make all those who look down on me amazed by me. Especially Jiu Cheng, I want him to see my rapid rise to prominence with his own eyes, so that he will understand that his son has never been useless. Chapter 40, Emerging. In the club, Zhang Pengkai and I talked from the evening to late at night, discussing every detail of this acquisition. The technology company is called Future Era and is a high-tech enterprise focusing on the field of artificial intelligence. They have developed a black technology called Smart Core, which claims to be able to give robots nearly human-like thinking abilities. Once this technology is put into use, it will completely subvert traditional manufacturing and lead mankind into the intelligent era. However, due to a broken capital chain, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Shareholders have lost confidence in the prospects and just want to cash out as quickly as possible. It is their short-sightedness and pessimism that gave us the opportunity to take advantage of them. Zhang Pengkai used his network of connections and quickly got in touch with the company's top management. After some trial and error, we learned that the shareholders were willing to transfer all their shares as long as the right price was offered. This undoubtedly gives me hope. I made a prompt decision and decided to go all out and use all the funds accumulated from previous projects to acquire this company. Once successful, I will become the master of this black technology. But I knew that this process would not be easy. I had to conceal the fact from Jiu Cheng and complete the entire acquisition in secret. If he knew, he would definitely obstruct it and cut off my retreat. Even if the acquisition is successful, future operations will not be easy. Although the technology is advanced, it still has a long way to go before industrialization and requires continued financial investment and talent support. I need to bear and resolve all the risks involved. After much thought, I finally made up my mind to go for it. I stayed awake all night, simulating the acquisition process over and over in my mind, striving to make it foolproof. Before dawn, I arrived at the company, called Chan Liang and my confidants to the conference room, and announced this important decision. Everyone, the company is about to undergo a major transformation. We are acquiring Future Era and entering the field of artificial intelligence. This is a confidential project, so I cannot reveal too much. But please believe that this will be an opportunity to change the fate of the company. Everyone here is my most trusted core member. The success or failure of this project is in your hands. In the future, you will be the founders of this new business empire, and you will write a glorious chapter with me. Faced with my passionate speech, Chen Liang and others were surprised and eager to try. As my confidants, they have been looking forward to this day. The following days were the most exciting period of my life. I shuttled between various parties day and night, negotiating loans with banks, acquisitions with shareholders, and cooperation with technical teams. I know I only have one chance and I can't afford to make any mistakes. In order not to arouse Jiu Cheng's suspicion, I could only conduct this secret acquisition through an overseas shell company. As my most capable assistant, Chen Liang handled all the processes and financial arrangements of the acquisition. With him around, I can focus fully on negotiations and fundraising. Hard work pays off. Thanks to my unremitting efforts, the acquisition went very smoothly. Thanks to my careful planning and unremitting efforts, the acquisition went very smoothly. The shareholders of Future Times were very satisfied with the price we offered, and the negotiations quickly reached an agreement. This undoubtedly greatly boosted my morale. Looking at the signed acquisition agreement in my hand, my feelings are indescribable. At this moment, I seem to have seen the brilliant future. When I got back to the company, I immediately told Chen Liang and my confidants the good news. They were all very excited and full of fighting spirit. Boss, with this black technology, we can stir up some big business. Chen Liang rubbed his hands excitedly. Others echoed the sentiment, their eyes sparkling with longing for the future. I looked at their excitement and a smile appeared on my lips. With this advanced technology, plus the connections and resources I have accumulated before, success in my career is just around the corner. But I know very well that all this is based on concealing the truth and not alerting Jiu Cheng. To achieve success in the end, more careful deployment is needed. I called Chen Liang and asked him to secretly look for a group of elite talents, recruit experts from various fields such as technology, management, and marketing, to prepare for future expansion. At the same time, I also asked him to strengthen the company's internal management, strictly maintain confidentiality and prevent the news from leaking. Boss, I understand. I will make sure everything is done properly and will never let any news reach Mr. Jiu. With Chen Liang, I can manage external relationships with greater confidence. I began to frequently visit various business occasions, becoming friends with the big guys and building a network of relationships. With the reputation of previous successful mergers and acquisitions, I quickly became a prominent figure in the industry. Those who once looked down on me are now fawning on me, fearing that they will miss any opportunity. Every time I socialize, I am always humble and polite, but I also remember to show my talents and courage at the right time to leave a deep impression on them. Gradually, my position in the business world became more and more solid. Some bigwigs began to approach me and explore the possibility of cooperation. I know in my heart that they are targeting the interests behind me, but I don't mind. On the contrary, I am happy to use these connections to seek greater development for myself. I started to selectively participate in some projects to expand my influence. All the fields involved were related to the artificial intelligence technology of future era company. I want this black technology to penetrate into all walks of life and become the core competitiveness of the future business landscape. With this guarantee, even if I fall out with Jiu Cheng in the future, I will be invincible. Thinking of this, my heart is filled with longing for the future. As long as I take every step carefully, one day, I will become the overlord of this business world. However, while I was focusing on my career, I did not ignore the biggest hidden danger around me, Chen Jiaqi. Although on the surface, I was very attentive to her, but secretly, I was always on guard against this vicious woman. I know that she will not let me go easily and must be waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. So, I never reveal the real situation of the company in front of her and just give her the illusion that I am a waste. At the same time, I also arranged for people to secretly monitor her every move, understand her social circle and various trends, and prevent her from interfering. As long as she has the evidence against her, she will not dare to act rashly. After all, no one wants their privacy to be made public. I want to let her know that I am no longer the same person I was before. The weak man who allowed her to bully me is gone forever. Now, she'd better behave herself, otherwise, I will make her pay the price for betraying me. In this way, I kept working inside and outside the branch, and gradually built my own network of relationships. The acquisition of Future Times Company is nearing completion under Chen Liang's operation. Chapter 41 Business Godfather. Seeing victory in sight, I felt particularly happy. But at this moment, an unexpected encounter changed the trajectory of my life in an unexpected way. At a business reception, an unexpected opportunity arose. That night, various business leaders gathered together, toasting and chatting. As usual, I mingled among the crowd and socialized with those giants. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and extraordinary demeanor caught my attention. The man looked to be about 50 years old, wearing a handmade Armani suit, with grey hair, and a look of vicissitudes and wisdom between his brows. The most eye-catching thing is the shallow scar under his left eye, which is sharp and deep, as if telling of an extraordinary experience. For some reason, I developed a strong curiosity about this man. My intuition tells me that he is no ordinary person. Just then, the man's eyes fell on me. He seemed to notice my uniqueness, and there was a hint of surprise and approval in his eyes. The next second, he walked straight towards me. "Young man, it's rare to see such a rare sight." He came straight to the point with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Oh? I wonder what you mean." I raised my eyebrows, a little surprised by his straightforwardness. "Your eyes and your aura all reveal a maturity and sophistication that is not in line with your age." He smiled and stretched out his hand. "My surname is Fang, and my given name is Yu." I was shocked when I heard this name. Fang Yu is a well-known figure in the business world. His businesses are spread across all walks of life and he is known as their godfather of business. He started from scratch and built a huge business empire through his own efforts in just 10 years. And his business methods are even more terrifying. Cunning, decisive, and unscrupulous, but also extremely courageous and determined. It was unexpected that such a business genius would take the initiative to talk to me. I quickly stood up and respectfully returned the greeting. "Mr. Fang, you are too kind. My name is Ji Yuan, but I am just a young man just starting out. How dare I be compared with a senior like you?" I smiled modestly and shook hands with him. "Har har, boy, you are very interesting." Fang Yu laughed, raised his wine glass and clinked it with mine, with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Don't think I'm a business veteran now. When I was your age, I had never even seen $1 million. He looked at me, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "I have seen many people like you who have achieved so much at such a young age, but it is rare to find someone who is both talented and humble at the same time." He came close to me and lowered his voice. "I have been working in the business world for decades, and I know how to recognize a hero. If you have any good projects, you might as well talk to me, maybe we can work together." I was overjoyed when I heard this. Mr. Fang took the initiative to propose cooperation. This was a huge pie in the sky. With him, a great Buddha, backing me up, why would I still be afraid of that old fox Jiu Cheng? I quickly replied respectfully, "Mr. Fang, I am unworthy of your recognition. If you don't mind, I will visit you someday and discuss cooperation with you in detail." Fang Yu patted my shoulder cheerfully and laughed. "Har har, good. I like you to be straightforward. How about this, come to my house at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon and have a chat. I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he looked at me meaningfully, turned around and left the venue. I watched his back disappear, my mind still a little dazed. Oh my God, is this true? The godfather of the business world actually invited me to his home. At this moment, I was extremely excited. I knew that as long as I could deal with Fang Yu, I would no longer have to worry about Ji Yu Cheng's face. When I got home, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. I kept replaying the meeting with Fang Yu in my mind, thinking about how to leave the most profound impression on him in the meeting tomorrow. In the early hours of the morning, I finally came up with an idea. I wanted to show him the artificial intelligence technology of future-era company. I believed that with his vision, he would be able to see the unlimited business opportunities in it. At that time, as long as he is willing to invest and take shares, with his influence in the business world, this technology will be able to quickly occupy the market and become the industry standard. And I will take this opportunity to soar to the sky and become a true leader in the business world. Thinking of this, I could no longer suppress my excitement and almost wanted to cheer out loud. God finally favored me. After going through all kinds of hardships, I finally reached a turning point in my life. The next morning, I got up early, washed and dressed, trying to make myself look the most perfect before meeting Fang Yu. I deliberately chose a well-tailored suit to match my pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which made me look quite elite. "Hey, why are you dressed so formally today?" Where are you going? Chen Jiaqi appeared behind me at some point and looked at me suspiciously. As soon as I saw Chen Jiaqi's mean face, I was filled with disgust. This woman is a cancer in my life. Now, how could I tell her that I was going to meet Fang Yu, the godfather of the business world? He was the key person who could change my destiny. If Chen Jiaqi knew about this, she would definitely tell my dad or her dad. Then wouldn't all my plans for so long be in vain? No, I can't let them know no matter what. I have to find a way to get away with it without revealing any flaws. Thinking of this, I suppressed my impatience and forced a fake smile. Nothing, just a social event at the company. Oh. Chen Jiaqi obviously didn't believe me. Her eyes were full of suspicion. Socializing? Who are you socializing with? Could it be some vixen? I almost laughed out of anger. Can't this woman think of anything else besides these messy things? You think too much. I glanced at her coldly. We are entertaining clients. They are all well-known big bosses. How can they be a vixen? Chen Jiaqi seemed to want to say something, but seeing my impatient look, she didn't ask any more questions. She just muttered angrily, then come back early. I nodded perfunctorily, but I was secretly sneering in my heart. With your IQ, you still want to get words out of me? Dream on. After watching Chen Jiaqi leave the room, I breathed a sigh of relief, straightened my collar, picked up my briefcase and strode out. Before going out, I looked at myself in the mirror again and again to make sure every detail was impeccable. I have to show my best and most professional side in front of Fang Yu and must not be careless at all. When we arrived at Fang Yu's residence, the butler led me to his study. The moment I pushed open the door, I gasped. The luxury before me was beyond my imagination. The huge room is decorated magnificently with various valuable collections, emitting a dazzling light. Chapter 42: An Unexpected Encounter. In the middle of the room, Fang Yu was sitting on a mahogany chair, sipping tea leisurely. Seeing me come in, he put down his teacup and stood up to greet me. Mr. Jiyu, welcome. Please take a seat. I quickly returned the greeting and respectfully sat down opposite him. After a few pleasantries, we quickly got down to business. Fang Yu asked straight to the point, Xiao Jiyu, I heard that you recently acquired an artificial intelligence company. Can you tell me the details? I was delighted. He had heard about this project. It seemed that my plan was a success. I nodded and continued, Mr. Fang is absolutely right. This company is called Future Era, and it has mastered an advanced technology called Jixin. Once put into use, it will completely revolutionize traditional manufacturing and lead mankind into the intelligent era. At present, this technology is still in the confidential stage. Except for a very small number of core personnel, the outside world still knows nothing about it. Having said that, I looked at Fang Yu meaningfully. Mr. Fang, you are a prominent figure in the business world. I believe you have unique insights into the development trends of this industry. I would like to hear your opinion on the prospect of this technology. Is it worth investing a lot of resources in its development? Fang Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. Artificial intelligence will be an inevitable trend in the future. The business opportunities it contains cannot be ignored by any person of insight. If this technology really holds the core secret as you said, then its value will be immeasurable. I have been in the business world for decades and I know how to plan for the future. I would like to invest in this project. What do you think? Hearing this, I was overjoyed. Mr. Fang really didn't disappoint me. He was interested in this project. I suppressed my excitement and replied respectfully, it is our honor that Mr. Fang is willing to participate. Your joining will not only inject strong capital into the company, but also support half of this business empire. As for the specific cooperation method and equity ratio, we can discuss it in detail. But there is one thing I must make clear. I took a deep breath and spoke firmly. This project concerns the fate of the company and there is no room for error. Everything must be kept secret until we have full control of the situation. Excuse me for being frank, but I didn't even tell my father. I hope Mr. Fang will understand. After hearing what I said, Fang Yu was not angry, but laughed even more happily. Har har, you're ambitious. No wonder you can do such a big business under Ji Yu Cheng's nose. Don't worry, I know how to protect myself. I will keep this secret for you. As for your relationship with Ji Yu Cheng, you have your own plans, so I won't say anything. but I advise you to think twice before you act. I understood and nodded repeatedly. With Fang Yu's understanding and support, I felt more confident to deal with Ji Yucheng. Next, we discussed the details of the cooperation in depth. I was impressed by Fang Yu's unique insights into this technology. I know that with his strong backing, the company will be even more powerful and will be invincible in the business world in the future. An afternoon passed quickly, and I had a great time talking with Fang Yu. Before leaving, he patted my shoulder meaningfully. Xiao Jiyu, you are a rare genius. If you follow me, your future will be limitless. If you encounter any difficulties in the future operation of the company, feel free to come to me. But don't show any flaws in front of Ji Yucheng. That old fox is very shrewd. We can't let him become suspicious until the last moment. I was shocked and quickly bowed to thank him. It turned out that Mr. Fang had already seen through my thoughts. He was giving me a hint to be vigilant at all times. I solemnly assured him that I would do a good job of dealing with both sides, concealing the truth from the public without revealing my tracks. After leaving Fang Yu's house, I breathed a sigh of relief. With him protecting me, I was able to gradually get rid of my worries. Now, I still need to concentrate on developing the company and wait for a good opportunity so that I can break away from Ji Yucheng and start my own business. However, none of this seemed to have escaped the eyes of that woman. During this period, Chen Jiaqi watched my every move very carefully, with a sense of inquiry in her shrewd eyes. Have you been hiding something from me recently? Chen Jiaqi suddenly asked me this one night. My heart skipped a beat, but I remained calm. No, I have a lot of things to do at the company. I've been busy all the time. Chen Jiaqi snorted coldly and didn't comment. Really? Why do I feel like you've changed a lot recently? You're always so secretive and you don't even tell me where you're going. I suppressed my irritation and patiently explained, didn't I tell you that the company has several big projects recently and I have to follow up on them personally? Don't worry, I won't do anything to let this family down. HMPH, stop playing dumb in front of me. Chen Jiaqi sneered, staring at me with her almond-shaped eyes. I'm warning you, you'd better not do anything naughty outside. If I find out, I won't let you off. This crazy woman actually dared to threaten me. I suppressed my anger and forced a smile. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Chen Jiaqi snorted and said nothing more. But I knew that this matter was by no means that simple. Sure enough, in the following days, this woman became even more difficult for me. Ji Yuan, go buy some durian. Ji Yuan, I want to eat spicy crayfish. Ji Yuan, go shopping with me. She took advantage of the fact that she was pregnant and treated me like an errand boy. She ordered me to run around everywhere, which was worse than being treated like a slave. I was so angry that I gnashed my teeth and wanted to strangle this bitch to death. I swallowed my anger and had to greet her with a smile. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. I smiled but kept this in mind. Seeing how obedient I was, Chen Jiaqi became even more demanding. She used the pregnancy checkup as an excuse every day to force me to take time off to accompany her. The anger in her heart grew day by day, so she rejected Chen Jiaqi and asked the nurse to accompany her to the pregnancy checkup. I don't understand, what exactly does this woman want to do? Is she deliberately trying to trip me up at this critical moment? Although I remained calm on the surface, secretly, I wanted to tear her into pieces. This idiot dared to go against me, he simply didn't know how to live or die. I secretly gritted my teeth and swore that one day I would make her pay with blood. But for now, for the sake of the overall situation, I had to endure it. Chen Jiaqi, on the other hand, became even more unscrupulous. She would come back to her parents' home every few days to complain about how I was not considerate of her. As a result, I couldn't even raise my head in front of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I could only put on a smile and look terrified. And that pair of old foxes took advantage of the situation to criticize me and force me to obey Chen Jiaqi in everything. Chapter 43, Working hard to satisfy her. I gnashed my teeth in hatred, but there was nothing I could do. I could only think bitterly, one day, I will make all of you regret it. But at this moment, I could only endure it. Endure my disgust towards Chen Jiaqi, endure my hatred towards Ji Yucheng and Chen Wenqian. I was thinking silently in my heart that one day I would let those people know that I, Ji Yuan, was not someone who could be easily bullied. If you can endure for a while, you will have peace of mind. If you take a step back, you will have a bright future. Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth and suppressed the anger in my heart. I still had a humble and polite smile on my face, but in my heart I had already trampled on the faces of those people. One day, I will make all those who sold me out kneel down in front of me. When I got back to the company, I immediately called a meeting with Chen Liang and other confidants. Everyone, the company's development has encountered some bottlenecks recently. We need to find a way to break through the existing limitations and open up new battlefields. I looked around with a sharp gaze. The room was completely silent, and everyone was waiting for me to continue with bated breath. I cleared my throat and slowly said, "Some time ago, I met a rare man, Fang Yu, the godfather of the business world. I reached a cooperation agreement with him. We each invested 200 million yuan to jointly develop Future Times Company. At the same time, we also jointly established a new real estate company. I let Zhang Pengkai take full charge of the specific operations, while I coordinated the planning behind the scenes." This news was like a bombshell, and everyone present gasped. They all knew Fang Yu's name. He was a legend in the business world. I didn't expect that I could actually invite this great Buddha. It was really extraordinary. What shocked them even more was that I actually partnered with Fang Yu to set up a new company. This was simply a fantasy. I, Jiu Yuan, the son of Han Yuan Group and the son-in-law of Chen family, should have a bright future with fine clothes and delicious food. Who would have thought that I would end up having to start a new business and make a comeback? How many people can understand the hardships involved? Chen Liang was the first to come to his senses, blurting out, "Boss, you are wise. With Mr. Fang's help, plus our connections and resources, this new company will surely be even more powerful and will be invincible in the business world." Others also echoed, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Seeing the excited expressions of my subordinates, I felt strong inside. Yes, until the last moment, who can predict the outcome? Even if there are thorns ahead, how can it stop my ambition? At the same time, the cooperation I secretly reached with Fang Yu was also proceeding in an orderly manner. We each invested 200 million to jointly develop Future Times. With the support of this fund, the company's research and development progress has advanced by leaps and bounds. I also took the opportunity to set up a new real estate company. I used my own savings to invest a small amount and acted as a behind-the-scenes operator. Under my deployment, the company quickly acquired land and buildings in major cities, with frequent and aggressive actions. The actual operation of the company was fully entrusted to my best friend Zhang Pengkai. With him in the front line to block the bullet, I could hide behind the scenes and make plans in secret. As soon as the new company opened, we were very active. We bought land and buildings in major cities, and we were very successful. They were eyeing Heng Yuan and Jishin covetously, competing with each other and gradually becoming a pair of rivals. In just a few months, the new company has become famous in the industry. Suddenly, the business world is in turmoil and there are many different opinions. Who is this mysterious new force? Who is the manipulator behind the scenes? Countless people speculated, but no one knew. They only felt that a new force was rising, which might bring about a bloody storm. I watched coldly, secretly delighted. See, this is my counterattack. I want to use my strength to tell everyone that Jiu Yuan is not useless. As my public spokesperson, Chen Liang is also quite magnanimous. He planned and made decisive decisions, leading the team to victory. Every move he made showed his outstanding leadership. This is all the result of my careful advice and subtle influence. I want to make him my sharpest spear to pierce the conspiracy of those people. Gradually, the company's development became more and more smooth. New buildings were built one after another, and sales performance continued to rise. When she got home that night, Chen Jiaqi stroked her bulging belly and said with resentment, "I can count the number of times you accompanied me for prenatal checkups on one hand." I rolled my eyes in my heart, but still managed a fake smile. "I've been too busy lately. I'll definitely spend more time with you next time. Some other day." "Some other day." Chen Jiaqi insisted, her tone provocative. "Are you disgusted by my big belly and out-of-shape figure? Otherwise, why can't I even see my shadow?" I almost laughed out of anger. Apart from all these nonsense, can't this woman think of something serious? Chen Jiaqi snorted coldly, with a look of disbelief on her face. "Then I'm going to have a major fetal anomaly screening tomorrow, and you have to accompany me. If you dare to make excuses, I'll tell our parents." I felt annoyed. This woman was really haunting me, but at this critical moment, I couldn't confront her head on. I had no choice but to patiently agree. Okay, I'll postpone all my schedules tomorrow and go to the hospital with you, okay. Chen Jiaqi then forced a smile, but her eyes clearly showed the words, "What can you do to me?" The next day, I had to cancel all meetings and social events and accompany Chen Jiaqi to do the fetal anomaly screening. As soon as I entered the hospital gate, I felt uncomfortable all over. The strange looks from those people made me feel like a thorn in my side. I know what they are looking at. A young and promising business upstart is willing to be a nanny for his pregnant wife. This is simply a fantasy in their eyes. I suppressed my inner humiliation and irritability, and accompanied Chen Jiaqi with a smile to register, pay the fees, and get the examination. During this time, Chen Jiaqi kept finding faults and making things difficult for me, ordering me around in every way. But I just smiled and worked hard to meet all her requests. I gritted my teeth, suppressed my anger, and did as I was told. This woman was clearly trying to torture me and make fun of me. After a whole morning in the hospital, the test results finally came out. The doctor said the baby was healthy and all indicators were normal, so we could rest assured. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I could finally go back. But Chen Jiaqi refused to give in and started giving orders again. Oh, the baby in my belly keeps kicking me. It's so uncomfortable. Ji Yuan, let's go shopping. I want to buy some maternity clothes. I looked at her helplessly, sighing in my heart. This woman really wouldn't let me go easily. But I could only swallow my anger and accompany her around the mall. Watching her pick and choose, looking left and right, my heart felt like thousands of ants gnawing at it. Ji Yuan, do you think this dress looks good? Is it suitable for me? Chen Jiaqi picked up a pink maternity dress and tried it on herself. I forced a smile and nodded. Yeah, it looks good. It suits you very well. Chen Jiaqi smiled triumphantly and went to the cashier to pay. I stood there, feeling hopeless. Seeing her so arrogant, I wanted to rush over and strangle her to death, but I knew I couldn't. Chapter 44, The First Appearance of Intelligent Core. I took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in my heart. Now is not the time to argue with her. I have more important things to worry about. Recently, Future Era, a company that Fang Yu and I are working on, has made a major breakthrough. The AI chip we developed, Intelligent Core, has far surpassed similar products in performance and has caused a great sensation in the industry. Countless companies rushed to negotiate cooperation with us, and orders came in like snowflakes. The company's market value soared several times overnight, becoming the new darling of the capital market. This undoubtedly boosted my confidence. With this black technology, plus Fang Yu's strong financial resources and connections, I am not far from achieving success. I couldn't wait to tell Chan Liang and the others the good news. Just as I was about to leave the mall, my cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as I saw the caller ID, my heart suddenly rose to my throat. It was Ji Yu Chen calling. I tried to stay calm and answered the phone. Dad, do you want to talk to me about something? Xia Yuan, have you finished your recent work at the company? Ji Yu Cheng did not answer my question, but changed the subject. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he noticed something? Almost done, what's wrong? I asked casually. Ji Yu Cheng was silent for a moment, and his tone suddenly became serious. Xia Yuan, are you hiding something from me recently? My heart sank. Did he know about future times? No, it was impossible. I did it perfectly. He couldn't have found out. I forced myself to remain calm and act innocent. Dad, what do you mean? What can I hide from you? Ji Yu Cheng snorted coldly, obviously not believing my words. Xia Yuan, don't play dumb. My subordinates are all smart people, it's not that easy to fool them. Some time ago, someone saw you getting close to a gangster. Those guys are not good people. You'd better stay away from them. I was shocked. I didn't expect Ji Yu Cheng to know this. It seemed that he had spies watching my every move. But it doesn't matter. I didn't do anything anyway, and it was just a one-time collaboration, so we probably won't have any contact in the future. I secretly rejoiced that I had not been discovered to be working with Fang Yu. On the surface, I remained calm. Dad, you worry too much. We are just doing normal business. There won't be any problems. If you are worried, I will listen to you and stop doing business with you in the future. Ji Cheng said coldly, Xiao Yuan, you have to remember that you now represent Heng Yuan Group, not yourself. Every move you make affects the company's reputation and interests. You must not act recklessly. I clenched my fists, my nails digging deep into my palms. Ji Cheng was warning me not to act on my own. He didn't trust my abilities at all and just treated me as a chess piece at his mercy. I suppressed my resentment and anger and replied respectfully, Dad, I understand. I will be careful and prudent and live up to your expectations. Ji Cheng then snorted coldly and hung up the phone. I let out a long sigh, my face dark as water. Ji Cheng, this old fox, was more difficult to deal with than I had imagined. He was so wary of me that he was almost paranoid. My every move could not escape his eyes, and the slightest mistake would reveal a flaw. I must be more careful and not let him realize my true intentions. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. I secretly made up my mind to expand my power as quickly as possible and get rid of Ji Cheng's control as soon as possible. Only by taking full control of the initiative can I truly and freely navigate the business world and achieve great things. Thinking of this, I quickly walked out of the mall and went straight back to the company. Chang Liang and the others had been waiting for a long time, and came to greet me as soon as they saw me come in. Boss, you're back. Fang Yu has good news. The Zhixin chip has passed the final round of testing and will soon be put into mass production. All major manufacturers are rushing to place orders, and we simply can't keep up with the demand. I nodded, and finally a smile appeared on my face. With Zhixin as our trump card, we will soon be able to gain a firm foothold in the industry. By then, even that old guy Ji Cheng won't be able to do anything to me. I looked around, my eyes firm and sharp. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll speed up the progress of all work. Chang Liang, you are responsible for supervising the technical department to ensure that the quality and quantity are guaranteed and the delivery is on time. Others must also perform their duties and fully cooperate. The future of the company is in our hands. We must unite as one and work hard together. We must use our strength to impress all those who look down on us. Yes, boss, the subordinates responded in unison, each of them full of fighting spirit. With such a group of loyal subordinates, what else do I have to worry about? In the following days, I led all the staff of the company to work hard day and night. The mass production of Zhixin chips was completed soon, and the situation of supply exceeding demand lasted for several months. Future Times Company's performance has been growing rapidly, making it a rising star in the industry. The company's market value tripled within a month, even exceeding that of Heng Yuan Group during the same period. My worth also increased rapidly, and I became a rising star in the business world. The good-for-nothing son-in-law who was once looked down upon by others can now stand out from the crowd and be envied by everyone. However, I cannot expose myself now, otherwise with my current strength, Ji Cheng will easily crush me, and it will be difficult for me to make a comeback in the future. Although he pretended to be strong, I knew in my heart that old man Ji Cheng was very shrewd and would become suspicious at the slightest sign of trouble. As expected, he has been keeping an extra close eye on my every move lately. His spies are everywhere in the company, watching me all the time. Even when I went to the bathroom, I could feel the gaze from behind like a thorn in my back. It was as if everything I did was wrong and I was letting him down. I gritted my teeth secretly, the resentment in my heart growing day by day. It was you who pushed me to this point back then, but now you are on guard against me and wary of me. Oh, Ji Cheng, do you think you can control me like this? How naive. I became more cautious, fearing that I would reveal any flaws. Every day when I went to the company, I seemed to be as dedicated as ever and obeyed Ji Cheng in everything. But secretly, I was paving a smooth road for myself. I conspired with Fang Yu and arranged business with Zhang Pengkai, making final preparations for Xinghang Company's takeoff. I know that the era that belongs to me is coming soon. In a blink of an eye, Xinghang Company entered the real estate market. With strong financial strength and advanced marketing concepts, we acquired land for development in major cities, with frequent actions and great momentum. For a time, the industry was in an uproar. Who exactly was this mysterious upstart? Who was the financial backer behind the scenes? Everyone speculated, but no one knew. I just feel that a new force is rising, and it is bound to cause a bloody storm in this circle. Chapter 45, Xinghang Rise. As the leader of all this, I hid behind the scenes without making a sound. With the help of Zhang Pengkai, I played this game of chess so well that no one could guard against it. Overnight, Xinjiang's name resounded throughout the business world, its market value soared, and it became one of the top real estate companies. All the old developers looked at it with surprise. This fledgling up and coming company has such great energy and such a fast development speed. If no action is taken, the whole industry will be broken. The news spread quickly and soon reached the ears of the top executives of Henyuan and Jixing Group. Ji Yucheng and Chen Wenxiang were the first to learn about it, but they didn't take it too seriously. In their view, Xinjiang was just a new upstart with a shallow foundation. With Henyuan and Jixing's long-standing industry status, they could easily crush it to pieces. But what happened next surprised them so much that they never dared to underestimate this competitor again. It turned out that Xinjiang Company had snatched a piece of prime land that Henyuan had long coveted in the latest round of land auctions. That was a high-quality plot worth tens of billions of yuan, and it was Ji Yucheng's goal. Who would have thought that Xinjiang would be so generous that he raised the price of the land to a sky-high price? Even the battle-hardened Henyuan could only watch helplessly as this piece of fat meat was taken away by someone else first. Ji Yucheng was furious and left immediately. When he returned to the company, he immediately called a meeting of the top management to find out who this Xinjiang company was. At the same time, Chen Wenxiang couldn't sit still. Ji Xing's recent project in a key city was blocked because Xinjiang interfered and took control of the local network. This made Chen Wenxiang lose face, and he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He immediately contacted Ji Yucheng and expressed his willingness to work together to curb Xinjiang's arrogance and not let it continue to be arrogant in the industry. Ji Yucheng naturally agreed with Chen Wenxiang's proposal. As allies on the same front, the two major groups should work together to guard against foreign enemies. But he didn't expect that I, who always pretended to be his grandson under his nose, would disappear without a trace at this critical moment. I usually pretended to report to the company, but now I seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Ji Yucheng was suspicious and felt that something was fishy. Could it be that this kid was doing something? He remained calm and secretly sent more people to keep an eye on me, vowing to uncover all my tricks and see how long he can continue to be so arrogant. But he never expected that I would see through his painstaking counterattack and prepare for it in advance. Hiding in the daily company affairs, Ji Yucheng caught nothing and found nothing. Not only that, I increased the pressure on Ji Yucheng by suggesting that the branch company expand new business. This made Ji Yucheng feel very uncomfortable, and he no longer had the confidence to control me. At the same time, Xinjiang Company took advantage of the victory and acquired two real estate companies on the verge of bankruptcy. Although these two companies were not well known, they occupied a large amount of land reserves. Under my planning, Xinjiang's foundation was expanded in a very short period of time. For a time, Xinjiang's influence in the industry rose rapidly, attracting thousands of attention. And I gradually showed my talent with my extraordinary ability and became the object of everyone's eye contact and discussion. Chen Wenxiang and Ji Yucheng teamed up to contain Xinjiang. The idea was great, but the effect was not obvious. The two giants joined forces and thought they could immediately beat Xinjiang to death and admit defeat, but Xinjiang became more and more courageous. If we only talk about scale and influence, Xinjiang is still far behind, but in terms of core technology and management model, Xinjiang can be called a dark horse that is innovating the current real estate industry. Henyuan and Jixing have been in the business world for many years, but they have only been fighting step by step and have rarely been involved in emerging technologies. I am a big step ahead of them, using the trick of transformation and upgrading, and using technological innovation to catch my parents off guard. As the actual controller of Xinjiang, Zhang Pengkai was very good at it. As friends for many years, he could easily see through the plans of Ji Yucheng and the others. Inside the company, he kept a close watch on the technical team and would not reveal anything. At the same time, he also made use of Fang Yu's connections to establish relationships in the industry in advance, unite small and medium-sized enterprises to develop in groups, and divide and disintegrate the existing alliance between Henyuan and Jixing. In this way, Xinjiang Company was advancing triumphantly while competing with the two major groups. Zhang Pengkai and I worked in harmony and quietly joined forces to lay out this big chess game. Fang Yu also spared no effort and helped from time to time. The three of them tacitly understood each other and worked together to expand the territory and control the overall situation. It seemed that there was an inexplicable tacit understanding guiding this chess game, step by step, to the end. Soon, Ji Yucheng and Chen Wenxiang realized the seriousness of the situation. Xinjiang's momentum was so strong that it could not be contained by ordinary means. If they did not come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible, they were afraid that the two major groups would be completely devoured by this upstart. But what can they do? Facing the support of future era's high-end chip technology, Hengyu and Zhisheng actually felt deeply powerless. For many years, they only cared about showing off their power at the top of the business empire, but ignored the general trend of the times. Nowadays, technological innovation has become the mainstream of the times. Old real estate companies that live in a corner are naturally no match for Xinjiang, which is technology-oriented. Chips are just the beginning. My ambitions have long exceeded their imagination. Jiyu Cheng's solemn gaze fell on Zhang Pengkai and me. As a father, he should have been proud of his son's rapid rise. But now it seemed that this son had completely broken free from his restraints, soaring into the sky, and was no longer under his control. Chen Wenxiang was terrified, feeling that the situation was hopeless. He knew that the foundation of the marriage between the two families had been shaken. Once Xinjiang Company really rises, will I still care about the Chen family's property? As for Chen Jiaqi, she was even more worried. As my nominal wife, she watched her husband build a career outside, but no one paid attention to her. Plus, she was pregnant and couldn't move. She wished she could grow wings, fly to my side, and take care of this troublesome man. But she didn't know that I was plotting a big plan with Zhang Pengkai at the headquarters. The two of them were so focused that they didn't take her seriously at all. The documents on the table are filled with their grand blueprints for the future. Artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, these high-sounding terms are familiar to them. Lao Zhang, the next step for our company will be to focus on big data. You go contact the data company and strive to get exclusive cooperation. With data support, we will be more powerful in real estate decision-making. I slammed the table and said proudly. Zhang Pengkai nodded and said, no problem, Lao Jiyu, I'll take care of it. As for cloud computing, we have to plan it out as soon as possible. I believe it won't be long before we can build a complete industrial ecosystem. Chapter 46 Technological Innovation Surrounded by Wolves. I smiled with great enthusiasm, as if I had already seen the brilliant future. Yes, with the powerful tools of artificial intelligence and big data, who can stop him? I carefully planned my next move, looking forward to the grand blueprint of controlling the entire industry in the future. Artificial intelligence, big data, these cutting-edge technologies will become my weapons to break the monopoly of Hengyu and Zhisheng. Zhang Pengkai rubbed his hands eagerly, his eyes shining. Old Jiyu, with the cloud computing platform, we can process massive amounts of information in real time. We can make the most accurate judgments about the market and use artificial intelligence to optimize decision-making. Who can stop us? I nodded with satisfaction and said proudly, yes, technological innovation is the future of the real estate industry. Those old-fashioned people who still stick to tradition will be eliminated by the times sooner or later. Thinking of Jiyu Cheng and Chen Wenxiang, I can't help but sneer. They are like two old lions, still roaring, but no longer able to do anything. Arrogant and conceited, without any ambition, they can only be slaughtered in the end. I will use this technological power to completely shake the dominance of Hengyu and Zhisheng. By the time they realize the crisis, it will be too late. And I, Jiyu Yuan, will rewrite the landscape of this industry as a disruptor. Xinjiang's influence expanded like an avalanche, penetrating into every aspect of the real estate market. Jiyu Cheng and Chen Wenxiang finally felt threatened, and this new rival could not be underestimated. Jiyu Cheng's face was gloomy, and he paced anxiously in the office. How could he accept that his long-standing dominance was in jeopardy? Keep an eye on that guy's every move and see what he is up to. Jiyu Cheng gritted his teeth and ordered his men. Secretly, they opposed Xinjiang in every way, trying to curb my arrogance. My company had just won a piece of prime land in a core city, but it was snatched away by Hengyu in the blink of an eye. Jiyu Cheng blatantly raised the price in the bid, squeezing me out of the game. I was indignant, but there was nothing I could do. With Hengyuan's financial resources and connections, it would be easy for him to bring down an upstart. Soon after, Zhisheng also joined in the fun. They joined hands with the local government and delayed the approval of our project for various reasons. This caused the construction period to be delayed again and again, seriously affecting the company's reputation. I was overwhelmed and had to deal with everything. The suppression from these two major groups was always around, and they were obviously trying to torture me to death. For several months, Shenghang suffered heavy losses in major cities. Its market share was eroded and its profits plummeted. The advantages we had worked so hard to build were about to be lost. I gritted my teeth secretly, the anger in my heart burning. Jiyu Cheng, Chen Wenqiang, don't be too proud. How can I be defeated so easily? I calmed down and started to think about countermeasures. Since they were going to play dirty tricks, I would outwit them. I increased my investment in the field of artificial intelligence and developed more advanced algorithm models. Utilize massive data to accurately analyze and predict the real estate market, gain insight into potential risks in advance, and adjust strategies in a timely manner. At the same time, I asked Zhang Pengkai to use his connections to lobby key figures in the political and business circles. Through the exchange of interests, we were able to lock in high-quality plots of land and acquisition targets in advance. Fang Yu also lent a helping hand in time. He used his connections to clear policy obstacles, so that our project approval was green-lighted and advanced quickly. I led the team to work day and night, racing against time. With our technological advantages and keen sense of smell, we gradually regained the lead. In a crucial land auction, Shenghang once again faced off against Heng Yuan. Jiyu Cheng was determined to win and spent a lot of money to try to get this prime location. But I was prepared. With the help of big data analysis, I accurately predicted the trend of land prices and future appreciation potential. I spent lavishly, leaving Jiyu Cheng far behind. When the auction results were announced, I saw Jiyu Cheng's face turn pale. The man who was once so arrogant finally tasted the taste of defeat. I was very proud and breathed a sigh of relief. The power of science and technology was fully demonstrated at this moment. Next, I teamed up with Fang Yu to launch a series of targeted mergers and acquisitions, targeting small and medium-sized real estate companies that had core resources but were in trouble. We act quickly and can complete negotiations with just one phone call. Then we send out our best and brightest to quickly take over and achieve low-cost expansion. In just a few months, Shenghang's territory expanded rapidly, its market share climbed steadily, and it became a leader in the industry. We attacked and conquered Heng Yuan Jishin's territory at lightning speed. Before the two old foxes could react, they were already far behind. I stood on the top floor of the company and looked down at the city, feeling overwhelmed. The grand plan of revitalizing Shenghang and building a new real estate empire was unfolding before my eyes. The power of technology empowers me, and I will use it to create a new era. Jiyu Cheng, Chen Wenqiang, your era has passed. The future belongs to me, to Shenghang. I smiled slightly, my eyes were sharp. I had just set up this chess game. The real competition was about to begin. That's right, Lao Jiyu. Since we have the technological advantage, we have to press on step by step. Zhang Pengkai said excitedly, feeling very elated. Don't worry. Although the situation is favorable to us, Jiyu Cheng and his men are by no means ordinary people. I said cautiously, they have been in the business world for so many years, and their scheming is beyond our reach. I narrowed my eyes, my gaze was like lightning. Next, the real undercurrent will surge. Jiyu Cheng will probably use all his tricks to deal with us. Humph, I'd like to see what other tricks he can come up with. Zhang Pengkai curled his lips in disdain. I shook my head and patted his shoulder. We need to plan ahead and make preparations early. Jiyu Cheng, this old fox, is not as simple as you think. I looked out the window and fell into deep thought. The situation was going to change suddenly. I had to stay alert at all times and stay invincible. At this time, Jiyu Cheng was sitting in the office with a gloomy face and a dark complexion. Asshole! How dare Jiyu Yuan fight with me? He was so angry that he slammed the table. You just rely on a few crappy skills. Do you really think you can make a big splash? Jiyu Cheng smiled coldly, his eyes sinister. I want to see how long he can be so arrogant. Go check and see if you can find a technical breakthrough and teach him a lesson. Yes, Mr. Jiyu. The subordinate took the order and left, secretly keeping an eye on Shenghang's technical team. On the other hand, Chen Wenqiang was not idle either. He contacted the government and tried to make things difficult for me through policy. This kid relies on his connections to act wildly on my territory. Chen Wenqiang snorted coldly, I have more cards in my hand than he knows. Shenghang was successful in acquiring land and mergers and acquisitions, which made Chen Wenqiang lose face. Secretly, he instructed his subordinates to take action from all sides, intending to trip me up. Chapter 47, Doing Everything to Keep the Company. I was having a hard time, too. There were always some strange rumors circulating throughout the company. The core secrets of the technical department always seemed to be leaked out inadvertently. I was secretly frightened, knowing that Jiu Cheng was behind this. But this time he was so well prepared that I couldn't find a way to break through. What's even more annoying to me is that Chen Jiaqi is also not quiet. This woman is taking advantage of the fact that she's pregnant with my child to make things even harder for me. Jiu Yuan, do you have someone else outside recently? Are you dissatisfied with my out-of-shape figure? She looked like a resentful woman and questioned me with her neck stiff. I was speechless, but I had to put on a smile and comfort her. No, I'm just busy with company matters. You are my dearest now, how could I dislike you? Chen Jiaqi sneered, obviously not believing my lies. But she was still thinking about the baby in her belly, so she didn't say anything more. I let out a long sigh, and my heart was burning with anger. This spendthrift woman is my biggest worry. I must be extremely alert, defend Chen Jiaqi inside and control Heng Yuan Jisheng outside. I cannot relax for a moment, otherwise all my efforts will be wasted. In the midst of the storm, I gritted my teeth. I must create the future that belongs to me with these two hands. The situation became increasingly tense, with undercurrents surging among the three parties. Although I withstood the suppression of Heng Yuan Jisheng with my technological advantages, I was still a latecomer with a shallow foundation. Although Jiu Cheng and Chen Wenqiang were losing ground, they were still unwilling to give in. They had many years of accumulated connections and resources behind them, which were far beyond my ability to match in a short period of time. I must go one step further and not give them any chance to breathe. The opportunity is fleeting, and I must seize it firmly. I led all the employees of the company to work overtime every day. We have brought the cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and blockchain to their full potential. At the same time, I started to develop smart real estate, using the Internet of Things, big data, and other means to develop a series of intelligent communities. The buildings there are equipped with the most advanced management systems that can monitor the living environment in real time and optimize resource allocation. Even daily life can be operated with one click, greatly improving people's living experience. Once these novel concepts were introduced, they immediately caused a sensation in the market. Shenghang once again became the focus of attention in the industry, and orders poured in. Our performance has been soaring, and our market value has tripled in 1 month. However, the stock price of Heng Yuan Jisheng has been falling. The top executives of the two companies no longer dare to take Shenghang lightly. Jiu Cheng was the first one who couldn't hold back and secretly made an appointment with Chen Wenqiang for a private talk. Old Chen, our enemy is the same. Instead of fighting each other, why not join forces to strike hard at Shenghang Group and destroy it in one fell swoop? Chen Wenqiang pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although the two companies have always been at odds with each other, it is not a bad idea to cooperate temporarily at this moment. The two hit it off and conspired to work together to curb Shenghang. For a time, a bigger wave of turmoil was set off in the market. Heng Yuan openly increased its holdings of land around Shenghang, severely squeezing my development space. Jisheng, on the other hand, worked behind the scenes to win over local officials and trip me up at every turn. Even bank loans were affected and the capital chain was once in jeopardy. I gritted my teeth and pushed forward in the storm. With nowhere else to go, I had to ask Fang Yu for help. It was a rainy night and I came to his mansion alone. Mr. Fang, at this point, I can only rely on your strong strength. I lowered my head solemnly, otherwise, the world I worked so hard to build will be destroyed in an instant. Fang Yu stroked his beard and pondered, then slowly said, Xiao Jiu, you were a big shot in the business world before, and I admired you very much. But now the situation has suddenly changed, and even with my help, I may not be able to turn the tide. I clenched my fists and said firmly, Mr. Fang, I, Jiu Yuan, will never give up in my life. Even if I have to use all my strength, I will fight them to the end. Young man, I admire your ruthlessness. Fang Yu nodded, a gleam in his eyes. In that case, I will lend you a helping hand. I have made a name for myself in the business world over the years, and the connections I have accumulated are enough for you to squander. Fang Yu's words were like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling my fighting spirit. Yes, victory and defeat are common in the military, the key is to have an indomitable spirit. Thank you, Mr. Fang. I bowed repeatedly, my eyes moistened. Gu Yuan, I'm not very talented, but I will do my best and will never let you down. Fang Yu smiled generously and waved his hand. Xiao Jiu, go back and prepare. I will mobilize my connections and help you get things done. I believe that the situation will be reversed in no time. I nodded heavily, my confidence growing. With this great Buddha backing me up, what is there to be afraid of? But I never expected that Heng Yuan Jisheng's counterattack would come so quickly. They were obviously furious and vowed to kill me. In just a few days, troubles came one after another. One after another, construction sites were blocked, and either ordered to make rectifications or stopped work directly. My phone was bombarded with complaint calls, and a group of people were yelling in my ear for money. Unfortunately, the company's capital chain was also tight at this time. The money on the books was only enough to sustain the company for a few months. If things continued like this, the company might be insolvent. Old Jiu, things are a bit tricky. Zhang Pengkai frowned, his face looking serious. The Heng Yuan Jisheng gang is really haunting us, making trouble everywhere. Many of our projects are no longer sustainable. I paced around the office anxiously, smoking one cigarette after another. The cigarette butts piled up on the ground like a small mountain, but I couldn't extinguish the anxiety in my heart. Lao Zhang, we must find a way to turn around the funds as soon as possible, otherwise the company will be emptied out. I gritted my teeth and said, go find some reliable investors. Even if they are loan sharks, as long as you can survive this wave, I will pay you back tenfold in the future. Zhang Pengkai nodded and went out to do his work immediately. I called a meeting of the company's top management to come up with a solution. Now that everyone is here, I will get straight to the point. The company is facing unprecedented difficulties. Our competitors want to crush us to death, but I just don't believe it. I looked around, my eyes burning with anger. As long as we work together, we can get through this. From now on, everyone must be prepared to endure hardships. Even if it means paying out of pocket, we must do everything we can to keep the company. The room was completely silent, and everyone's face was solemn. Although everyone was unwilling, seeing how I was gritting my teeth, they didn't dare to say anything. I sneered and said angrily, those who want to bring us down, don't think they can succeed. I don't believe I can't survive in this circle. Chapter 48, The Final Battle. I led everyone to cut through the thorns, and fought our way out amidst the undercurrent. While trying every possible way to raise funds, we also narrowed the battle line and firmly defended the core business. But even so, Heng Yuan Jisheng's relentless pursuit still made the company shaky. They went to such extremes that they even spread rumors in the media and falsely accused me of operating illegally. All of a sudden, negative reports flooded in. My reputation plummeted, and partners withdrew from us. Even banks avoided us for fear of getting into trouble. I was so angry that I wanted to rush over to them and beat them up. Why did they slander me like this? I was so upright, but they ruined my reputation. Jiu Yuan, congratulations, you are so famous and on the headlines every day. Several of my business friends mocked me hypocritically. Looking at their gloating faces, I really want to smash their big teeth with a punch. At this critical moment, the damn Chen Jiaqi still didn't stop. Seeing the negative news flying around, she looked like she was enjoying the show and commented on it from a high position. Oh, aren't you very capable? Why are you still being messed around? She laughed at me sarcastically. Drink today and worry about tomorrow. Just keep making trouble. I wonder how long you can stay so arrogant. I was so angry that I just wanted to strangle this bitch to death. But I couldn't show it, otherwise I would have fulfilled her wish. Chen Jiaqi was fearless because she had her family's support. I gritted my teeth and vowed that one day I would make her pay double. The situation was unprecedentedly serious, and I was fighting a desperate battle. The office almost became my second home, and I worked hard until late at night every day. I racked my brains to keep the company running, and I almost exhausted myself. I was so exhausted that even a few hairs turned white. And that old man Jiu Cheng was even more aggressive. He put pressure on me overtly and covertly, forcing me to give up Xinghang and go back to being his good son. Jiu Yuan, stop struggling and just come back and inherit the family business. That day, Jiu Cheng called me to Heng Yuan headquarters and said coldly, your little cleverness is not enough. The business world is like a battlefield. You don't have the capital to compete with me. You'd better be my successor quietly and don't make yourself miserable. I clenched my fists, my nails digging deep into my flesh. Ji Cheng's words were undoubtedly a blatant insult. He was simply making fun of me. Dad, you underestimate me. I sneered and retorted unceremoniously, since I, Ji Yuan, have chosen this path, I will never give up halfway. Heng Yuan is yours, Xinghang is mine. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. You can look at it however you like, but don't expect me to obey you obediently. Ji Cheng was furious and almost had a heart attack because of me. He pointed at my nose and cursed, but I waved my hand away with disdain. At this moment, the father and son were at loggerheads, fighting to the death. The previous affection was gone, and only the struggle for interests remained. I slammed the door and left without looking back, feeling heartbroken. It turns out that blood is thicker than water, and in the end, it cannot resist the temptation of fame and fortune. Ji Cheng will never stop until he tortures me to death. But I'm going to fight him to the end. Even if I lose everything, I will fight for a future. Even if I'm covered in bruises, I'll let him know how powerful I, Ji Yuan, am. Under the double pressure from Heng Yuan Jishin, my situation was precarious. But I just don't believe it. I become more and more courageous as I face more setbacks, and I fight to the death. The company is united and going all out. I ran around trying to find ways to get financing. And Zhang Pengkai supported me to the end and was willing to sell everything he had to help me overcome the difficulties. Old Jiu, as long as we both have breath left, we must not let them succeed. Zhang Pengkai held my hand tightly, full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, I will never abandon you. At worst, we can start all over again. Tears welled up in my eyes and I nodded deeply. With a brother like this, what is there to be afraid of? Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will fight for him to turn things around. At the critical moment, I had an idea. Although Xinghang Company was short of funds, it had also established a certain reputation in the industry over the years. In particular, its several smart real estate projects are unique and widely acclaimed. Why not take this opportunity to maximize the brand effect? As long as you increase your visibility and boost confidence, you will definitely attract more attention and support. At that time, even if it is a little difficult to raise funds, you will always be able to overcome the difficulties. Thinking of this, I immediately instructed the public relations department to launch a massive publicity campaign in all major media. For a time, Xinghang's innovative ideas and successful cases became hot topics in the industry. Many small and medium-sized real estate companies come here hoping to expand their market by leveraging Xinghang's technological advantages. I seized the opportunity and acquired a number of companies with development potential at low prices, which expanded the land reserves and construction capacity in one fell swoop, laying the foundation for future leapfrog development. At the same time, I also leveraged the power of the capital market to issue corporate bonds to raise funds. Although the interest rate was a bit high, it finally alleviated the urgent need. Coupled with several rounds of financing secured by Zhang Pengkai, the company was finally revived and regained vitality. My worth also rose rapidly, and I became a rising star in the business world. Some bigwigs who had been avoiding Xinghang began to show their goodwill and wanted to get a piece of the pie. I watched coldly, laughing in my heart. Things change, and the people who once disdained me now worship me like a god. It's really ironic, the world is fickle and profit is supreme. But I did not get carried away. Instead, I became more cautious. I put away my edge and quietly accelerated the layout in the field of artificial intelligence. I secretly introduced a large number of technical talents and increased the research and development of core technologies. I want to carry out intelligentization to the end and completely revolutionize the real estate industry. Use the power of technology to create a brand new era. At the same time, I did not relax my guard against Heng Yuan Jishin. After all, they would not give up so easily, and there would definitely be new moves next. As expected, not long after, Ji Cheng secretly made a fatal move. He colluded with officials and businessmen to make things difficult for Xinghang. Overseas investment encountered obstacles, and several projects under discussion were maliciously delayed. What's even worse is that there are rumors that he even wants to take this opportunity to send me to prison. Contract fraud, illegal fundraising, anyway, there is no crime that can be charged against me. I burst out laughing. Great, you've even gone so far as to send your own son to jail. Ji Cheng, you're really using all means to drive me to the brink of death. It's a pity that you don't know your son's ability yet. As long as I am still alive, I will never let you get what you want. I began to build connections in the business world, playing the emotional card and trying my best to win over people. Chapter 49: Their Ups and Downs of the Business World and Meeting Heroes. I know very well that in this complex market, it is far from enough to rely on one's own strength. If I want to survive in the gap between the two giants, Heng Yuan and Zhishen, I must make friends with heroes all over the world and use them for my own benefit. I secretly planned in my mind and began to frequently appear in various occasions. Today I attended a Chamber of Commerce forum, and tomorrow I went to a golf club. It was like she had become a different person and had become a real socialite. On this day, I was invited to a well-known charity dinner. The organizers brought together various bigwigs from the business and political circles, which was a gathering of the best. I dressed up carefully, put on my most exquisite suit, and walked into the venue with high spirits. As soon as I sat down, someone came over. A young man in his 30s, with a warm smile, extended his hand to me. "Mr. Jiu, I've heard of your name for a long time." I smiled back, shook his hand and said, "Who are you?" "My last name is Liu Chang." The young man introduced himself with a smile. "My father often told me about Mr. Gu's character. After meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed as famous as he is." It turned out to be the son of the Liu family. Although the Liu Group focuses on manufacturing, it also has a small presence in the real estate industry. I once helped them resolve a crisis inadvertently at a forum. I didn't expect that they had a good impression of me. I quickly made a few polite remarks, and after some pleasantries, we actually got along very well. Liu Chang said excitedly, "Mr. Jiu, if you are free someday, please come to our Liu family as a guest. My father is a big fan of yours, and I would like to invite you to discuss business." I was secretly delighted and quickly agreed. Being able to establish a relationship with the Liu family was undoubtedly a great opportunity. For the next hour, I moved around the banquet hall, toasting and chatting frequently. Many of the industry's leading figures were all made to smile with just a few words. I know how to cater to people's interests, and I can always hit the nail on the head when talking to different people. I can talk about the hardships I experienced working with the boss, or my unique insights into new projects. I can speak freely and with witty remarks. I was an expert at reading people's expressions. In a short while, I became familiar with 7 or 8 important people. I even changed a bunch of business cards and stuffed them into my coat pockets. After some socializing, I gradually realized some tricks. Although these successful people have different temperaments, most of them like to be praised. Especially when they meet a young and promising person like me, they are more likely to feel sympathy. As long as you give them enough face and cater to their interests, most of them are willing to help the younger generation. In a word, you can avoid many detours. I secretly made a note of this, and decided that this is how I would build relationships in the future. Not only did I have to please my superiors, but I also had to unite my colleagues. I had to curry favor with the nobles and win over their subordinates. When building your network, you must not miss any small details. No one should be underestimated, because you never know which seemingly insignificant person can be of great help at a critical moment. After the banquet, I returned home with a feeling of not having enough. I took out a pile of business cards and examined them carefully. Each one was very stylish. They were from all walks of life, and they looked very impressive. When I thought that these people might become my network of connections in the future, I was so excited that my blood boiled. With these backers, would Xinghang still worry about not being able to break through the siege? I feel more and more the importance of personal connections. This is an intangible asset that is more valuable than money. Money can be squandered, but personal connections can continuously create value for you. Especially in a society like China where relationships are important, no matter how strong your hard power is, it will be useless without personal connections. In comparison, sometimes social skills are more useful. No matter how much Jiu Cheng tries to harm me, as long as I make enemies everywhere and make friends with heroes, I will never be afraid of him killing me. During this period, I was very busy socializing. On average, I attended at least 2 or 3 drinking and dining parties every day to build connections and establish relationships. Sometimes I changed my clothes 3 times a day just to attend the events. After all, opportunities these days are all arranged. No matter how busy you are, you have to make time, because you never know which meal you will meet a noble person. I gradually became prominent in the business world, and many people were impressed by me as a young and promising newcomer. They were surprised at the stir I had created in the real estate industry. How could a young man with little experience in the world emerge as a dark horse in the gap between the two giants Heng Yuan and Zhisheng? At the same time, they also admired my courage and determination. Facing the ruthless crushing of the two aircraft carriers, I relied on my technological and talent advantages to fight my way out. This kind of resilience is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Some people even compared me to Jiyu Cheng, who started from scratch, saying that I completely inherited his spirit and ambition to be the first in the world. I laughed to myself. If Jiyu Cheng heard me, I wonder what he would think. Didn't he build half of the country by himself? Even if he looked down on me now, it couldn't change this ironclad fact. But I know that now is not the time to confront him. After all, my foundation is still too shallow. I must continue to cultivate the business world and build connections until Xinjiang becomes important and indispensable. Only then will I settle accounts with him. I frequently appear in various occasions, such as real estate forums and venture capital salons. Wherever there is an opportunity, I will be there. Sometimes Fang Yu would take me to his circle, which was undoubtedly a more high-end social circle. The bigwigs in the business world gathered here, and each of them was a powerful figure. I followed Fang Yu and felt like I was in the spring breeze. The contact with these truly successful people made me suddenly enlightened. It turns out that the real splendor of life should not be limited to one corner. Instead, we should look at the overall situation and make great efforts. Only with a big picture can we achieve great things. I secretly made up my mind that I must make a name for myself in the shortest possible time. I cannot always rely on Fang Yu's protection, but must become a strong man who stands shoulder to shoulder with him. After returning to the company, I immediately started a new round of expansion. I wanted to further expand the scale and enhance Xinjiang's industry status. Only in this way can we remain invincible in the business world. I led a meeting of company executives to plan for the future together. Chang Liang was still as smart and capable as ever. He took out a stack of market research reports and talked about it. "Boss, I have carefully analyzed the current situation of the real estate market. Now is a good time to grab land and seize the opportunity." I nodded and motioned for him to continue. The two big booters of Heng Yuan and Zhisheng have actually begun to have their foundations shaken. After this round of fighting in the capital market, they have been severely damaged and are in urgent need of a respite. As for us, although we are also covered in wounds, at least we still have the support of Zhang Pengkai and others. Moreover, with our technological advantages, we are very popular in the industry. We can't waste this favorable wind. I could hear his hidden meaning. Was he going to strike while the iron was hot, increase investment, and take a gamble? But Chang Liang, after this round of turnover, the funds we have on hand are actually stretched to the limit. If the capital chain breaks, won't all our previous efforts be wasted? I said hesitantly. Chapter 50, Rising from Adversity. Chang Liang was full of confidence. "Boss, a real man should beat the drum to urge the troops to march forward, and never retreat. Think about it, Xinjiang's reputation is at its peak now. It is a great time to make a name for ourselves and go public for financing. While Jiyu Cheng and the others are still licking their wounds, we should bravely fight our way out. At worst, we can fight to the death." I was inspired by his fighting spirit and my blood boiled. Yes, starting a business is difficult. How can there be a smooth sailing? If you don't fight hard, how can you reap the final fruits? I slammed the table and made a decisive decision. "Just as you said, we will start the listing plan immediately. Chang Liang, this task is handed over to you. You must go all out." Chang Liang was overjoyed and saluted. "Boss, rest assured, I will do my best until my death. I guarantee that Xinjiang will create a new world." The next step was to prepare for the listing in full swing. I personally took charge and led the team to work non-stop. From due diligence to roadshows, from equity structure to corporate governance, we have to take care of all the big and small tasks. It can be said that we have put in all our efforts. Finally, with the help of Zhang Pengkai and others, Xinjiang's listing application was successfully approved. For a time, the whole company was jubilant and excited. On the day of the listing bell ringing ceremony, I stood on the stage, facing countless flashing lights, and my heart was surging. At that moment, I felt as if I had reached another peak in my life. As a self-made entrepreneur, what an honor it is to lead a company to enter the capital market in just a few years. I looked around and saw Zhang Pengkai, Chang Liang and other brothers with tears in their eyes, waving their fists and cheering for me. Yes, they have been the ones who have fought for me all along the way. Without these unmoving arms, there would be no Xinhang today. I bowed deeply to them, my eyes moist. From a loser to a darling of capital, this is not an inspirational story that ordinary people can experience. Thanks to such a group of loyal brothers. But just when I was feeling proud, Chen Jiaqi, the troublemaker, came to my house relentlessly. It was obviously Ji Yu Cheng who ordered her to come and cause trouble for me, but she still pretended to be innocent. Hey, husband, I heard that your company went public? You have a good vision. You must have made a lot of money, right? She smiled and looked flattering. I looked at her coldly, feeling disgusted. Chen Jiaqi, stop pretending. What does it have to do with you whether you make money or not? Her face froze, and she immediately said coquettishly, I am your wife after all, can't I care about you a little? I was so angry that I laughed. How could this woman be so arrogant? Did she think that she could have whatever she wanted just because she had a child? You wish. I worked very hard to earn this money. Do you still want to get your hands on it? Dream on. I said this coldly and turned away. Behind me, I heard Chen Jiaqi's angry voice, Ji Yu Yuan, you have no conscience. Just wait, I will never let you go. I didn't even turn my head back, letting her yell behind my back. This kind of woman is always pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. But she doesn't know that I have seen through her tricks a long time ago. Now, I am no longer the coward who allowed her to bully me. No matter how she acts like a spoiled brat, I will not be moved by her. Besides, I know what she is thinking. She just wants to use the child as an excuse to get a share of my property. But she never dreamed that I had already signed a contract with Zhang Pengkai and Fang Yu. The company's equity must not fall into the hands of outsiders, especially the long-coveted rivals such as the Ji Yu family and the Chen family. Otherwise, wouldn't the kingdom we have worked so hard to build be handed over to others? I sneered and thought to myself, Chen Jiaqi, just take your time. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. But now, I don't have time to deal with these trivial matters. Going public is just the first step in a long journey, and there are more difficult tasks waiting for me to conquer. If Xinhang wants to become a true industry leader, it must continue to deepen technological innovation and increase its layout in the fields of artificial intelligence, big data, etc. Only by mastering core technologies can it be invincible. However, it is not easy to carve out a niche in a landscape surrounded by giants. Although Ji Yu Cheng and Chen Wenxiang were defeated in the first few rounds of confrontation. But the Hengyuan group and Zhixing group behind them are both giants with deep roots and strong strength. The rise of Xinhang has become a thorn in their side. Now, taking advantage of the momentum of the IPO, they are making a big push into artificial intelligence, which directly hits their sore spot. I have reason to believe that these two big booters are probably trying to trip them up secretly. Sure enough, within a few days, word spread in the industry that the two major groups, Hengyuan and Zhixing, were joining forces to suppress Xinhang. One of them blocked the technology from the upstream of the industrial chain and refused to supply core components to Xinhang. The other started from the downstream channels and blocked the sales of Xinhang's products. If Xinhang fails to obtain support from large government procurement orders, its development in the field of artificial intelligence will probably suffer a severe blow. When I heard the news, I was furious. Ji Yu Cheng, Chen Wenxiang, you guys are still haunting me. You want to fight me to the death, right? I immediately called a meeting of the company's top management to discuss countermeasures. As the head of the sales department, Chang Liang spoke first. Boss, Hengyuan Zhixing is deliberately trying to bring us down this time. Without the cooperation of the upstream supply chain, the cost of research and development and production is too high. Without the support of downstream channels, it is difficult to promote the products. In this way, it will be difficult for us to gain a foothold in the artificial intelligence market. Wang Lei from the technical department echoed, yes, boss. Without the support of government procurement, we would not only lose a large order, but more importantly, the demonstration effect. You know, the application of artificial intelligence is just getting started. Whoever can win the benchmark project will become the industry leader. Ji Yu Cheng and his people are trying to kill us with one blow. I frowned and fell into deep thought. Yes, the artificial intelligence industry is now booming and the competition is extremely fierce. As a rising star, Xinhang has certainly seized a place in the market with its technological advantages, but its foundation is still shallow and any mistake may lead to all its previous efforts being wasted. This time, Hengyuan and Zhixing's joint suppression was clearly aimed at us. They just don't want to see a new upstart take a share of this trend, so they would rather trip us up secretly and force us to retreat. I gritted my teeth secretly, the anger in my heart burning. Jiu Cheng, Chen Wenxiang, I don't believe I can't turn your hands over. Okay, since they want to play dirty, let's fight them head on. I slammed the table and made a prompt decision. Chang Liang, from now on, all sales department members will be mobilized to win more major customers. We must grab the market share even if it means spending a lot of money. We must not let Heng Yu and Jishin get what they want.